Audio check 1 2 3 4. Audio check 1 2 3 4. Audio check 1 2 3 4.
There you go. That works out then. We got it.
Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:31 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. And we'll move on to pledges. We now have, which will be led by John Cope.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I will now turn it back over to Mr. Cope for our recognitions.
Tonight we begin by recognizing our JROTC Corps leaders who greeted us this evening. Cadet Colonel Vanessa Perez, Cadet Colonel Kelly Wynn, Cadet Command Sergeant Major Nayeli Rodriguez, and Cadet Command Sergeant Major Arlette Villegas. This evening, we will celebrate the remarkable achievements and milestones of our Fort Worth ISD community, starting by shining a spotlight on our Financial Services Department. This dynamic team earned the Certificate of Achievement for its 2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report from the Government Finance Officers Association. This recognition isn't just a feather in their cap, it's the highest form of recognition possible in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting. It signifies a commitment to transparency and full disclosure in accounting and financial reporting. Let's give them a round of applause. We continue the celebration by recognizing the stars of our city, the students of Fort Worth ISD. 3 students from the Texas Academy of Biomedical Sciences placed at the State Health Occupation Students of America, or HOSA competition. Journey Johnson placed 3rd in ATC Microbiology. James Scott placed 1st in ATC Organic Chemistry. And Jacqueline Chavez was elected as president of Area 5 and voted as social responsibility chair at the state level. These young leaders will help keep all of us healthy, so let's get on their good side now. The staff advisors were Yvette Mumford, Amber Reeder, Steve Sager, and Caitlin Wolf. Join me in giving a round of applause to these great students and advisors. This evening, we'll also celebrate two impressive students from Pascal High School who advanced to the Future Business Leaders of America National Leadership Conference in Atlanta, Georgia. Michael Cruz Lopez advanced in Introduction to Financial Math, and Brian Maya advanced in Securities and Investments. Their staff advisor was Alfredo Martinez Reyes. Unfortunately, they were not able to attend this evening, but we can give them an applause loud enough that they'll hear it at home. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a team of national champions in the house tonight. Please join me in welcoming the best video news production team in the United States from our own Southwest High School. Bailey Boyce, Boston Martinez, the Southwest AMP program won the gold medal at the National Skills USA competition, and this adds to their trophy collection for the AMP program at Southwest High School. So congratulations to those incredible students and their instructors, Darcy McCready and Sean Hadd, and Principal John Engel. The students' names once again were Bailey Boyce, Boston Martinez, Jalen Ferguson, and Kayla Luttrell. Let's make some noise for the national champs. Now we're going to welcome in more student champions from Polytechnic High School. Tomas Sanchez competed against 70 teams from across the nation and won 4th place in non-core teaching at the 2023 Educators Rising National Leadership Conference in Orlando, Florida. At the same event, Francisco Contreras and Idali Mejia won the gold medal, 1st place in the nation in the area of ethical dilemma. Their dedicated instructor is Martha Garcia. Let's put our hands together for these amazing students. Now we will recognize our Summer Vital Link Middle School Career Exploration Program.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a moment to thank our Summer Vital Link partners. Summer Vital Link is Fort Worth ISD's annual career exploration program for middle school students. Each one of these businesses welcomed our students and teachers to their workplace and provided hands-on experiences to help students make a connection between what is learned in school and future career opportunities. Our Summer Vital Link 2023 partners are, from the Fort Worth Police Department, Monica Martin and Mike Garrett. From Clayton Youth Enrichment, Jason Ray and Luis Lozano. From Constellation Energy, Benjamin Baxter. From James O. West Center for Dementia Care, Christy Boyles. From Linebarger Law Firm, Jordan Stimson. From TCC South, Allison Knott and Amalia Guadalupe. From the Texas Rangers Baseball Club, Francisco Juarez. From Trinity River Authority of Texas, Caleb Naylor and Vanessa Joseph. And from Triba Architects, Shannon Bearden and Jed Reiser. And from Y-Master Barber and Beauty College, Wylonia Braxton. Summer Vital Link partners are not in attendance this evening include the Longhorn Council of the Boy Scouts of America, the Tarrant Regional Water District, United Healthcare, and the University of North Texas. Summer Vital Link takes place over the course of several weeks in June and is free to all students. We want to thank the businesses and organizations who hosted students this summer. Their partnership gives students an opportunity to learn about careers within their own community. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause to all of our recognized individuals tonight. This concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
I rolled with it. I didn't know. I said the names, but I had to update another one because I got information tonight.
What is this one? Pictures, Thomas. Who's Thomas?
Thomas.
Okay. Congratulations to everyone honored here this evening. Next on the agenda is the strategic planning process presentation, and I will turn it over to Dr. Ramsey.
Thank you. At the table is Dr. David Sines, our Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships, who is going to share a little bit more this evening about our strategic planning process.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey, and good evening, everyone. Tonight, I'll be sharing information about the 23-24 strategic planning process. Let's start with why now. The school district strategic planning process empowers stakeholders, like parents, students, district employees, community members, business partners, and more, to collaboratively shape the future of the school district. Through this process, the district and community become partners in creating a long-term goal or a long-term plan for us to execute within our district. The developed plan will allow us to address the information received during Dr. Ramsey's listening tour during the 22-23 school year. It will also help us address new state accountability guidelines and continuing pandemic recovery efforts, as well as funding shortages that we need to address as a school district. Our high-level goals for this process are to establish our priorities, create a roadmap for implementation, establish accountability measures, and continuously communicate our progress to our stakeholders. The base of our work is the work that we will do with our community advisory committees. This process will build on the ongoing systems that have already been established, like that listening tour that Dr. Ramsey did this past year, in addition to the various internal and external committees that have been formed for continuous feedback. We will be using those groups as a starting point for this work. However, the process will also seek broad input from the larger community as a whole as we go through the system. The goal of the engagement of our stakeholders will be to define and refine priority needs, goals, and strategy recommendations to the internal action teams. The following slides are a brief overview of the different phases for the strategic plan. You have phase one, which is tonight, a presentation of what this process will look like, in addition to an action agenda, a consent agenda item for a strategic planning partner for technical assistance. Phase two will involve strategic priorities and community orientation. That is where the district team, along with some community feedback, will develop those priorities so that DM group and the group that's going to help us can go out and seek feedback on those priorities and start developing action plans for us to follow. Excuse me. Phase three is that community advisory committees. Once those buckets of strategic priorities are formed, we will go out and seek input on those priorities to start to come up with action plans to put to the strategic plan and be able to track those for the future. Phase 4 is the action team. So once we get feedback on those specific priorities, there will be action teams from district personnel that will take all that feedback and create action steps and also outcomes that we will track from year to year to year once this plan is established. Phase 5, once again, being community feedback is one of the bases of this work. After those actions are developed, we will go back to seek broader community impact on not only those buckets of support, but also the actions that have been derived from those action teams as well. And then, of course, phase 6 is the board adoption of the plan, and phase 7 would be continuous improvement. It doesn't just end with the board adoption. It's a document that we should keep going. It is a plan that we should keep iterating along the way as we go from year to year. This slide shows you a summary of what those phases could look like, starting with tonight, and in fact the work started before tonight with various feedback initiatives throughout last school year, and going into tonight to this presentation, and culminating in April with the board approval of this strategic plan. And of course, like I mentioned before, we will continue bringing this up. We will continue using this as our guidepost for the future. We are seeking the support of a technical assistance partner for this work in order to help us organize the committees, develop promotion and communication materials, facilitate and support action teams, draft the actual plan, and develop progress monitoring dashboards that will be available for all to see. That board item is on the agenda today. In order to seek the partner, we solicited proposals from local and national organizations. We received 6 proposals. We were looking for levels of experience providing strategic planning support, cost, and also readiness to begin work now. In doing that process, out of the 6, we selected the District Management Group, or the DM Group. The DM Group has over 20 years, or close to 20 years of experience in doing this type of work and partnering with school districts to develop these type of plans. They have also been working with us on several other initiatives like our AROI initiatives, strategic budgeting, and also some leadership training that they had with our Leadership and Learning Division in July before starting the school year. That is one of the main reasons that they are being recommended for this role, because they also understand the inner workings of our district, and we can start the work right away, being that we want to meet that timeline of April as well. And that is my brief presentation. I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey and team. Are there any questions or comments, trustees?
Ms. Jackson.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Just a quick question. Anything that you see that we need to look out for, anything that is going to be a challenge along the way?
Not that I can predict right now, but I think those are things that we'll handle along the way. I say we have a good base of where we started with a listening tour, and we'll use that to guide us, and we'll address any challenges that come up during the process itself.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. On the committee,
Yes, sir.
how many parents are on that committee?
So correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Ramsey, but can you help us with a number? I know we have a pretty good chunk of parents in that group.
Sure. On the parent advisory, for every pyramid, there are 2 elementary representatives and a secondary. There are additional parents on the community advisory as well. And we're starting 2 new advisories this year, one for principals and one to ensure that we're inclusive of all stakeholder groups in the district, and that will include additional parents. So I would say there are about 50 to 60 parents overall.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Dr. Ramsey, we're ready for the House Bill 3 Safety and Security update.
Thank you. We're going to ask Karen Molinar, Deputy Superintendent of Administrative Services to make her way to present to us on House Bill 3.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey and President Rodriguez. I would like to introduce, she's been here before, our Director of Safety and Security, Sid Meadows, will be joining me as well this evening. So I do want to spend this time this evening updating you on House Bill 3. You do have a board agenda item, action item for a resolution around this topic, so we want to provide some additional information to you as well as our stakeholders. As you know, House Bill 3 has a new mandate that takes effect September 1st, 2023. That requires all of our school districts to have an armed guard or officer at every campus. Knowing that, TA as well as, of course, Texas legislation has put a good cause exceptions for compliance if we're not able to meet that, and that's what we're going to go over this evening for you, but then also share with you how we're going to come into compliance with a phase-in plan to be able to provide additional armed security on our campuses. So good cause exception, of course, has to be approved by the district. That's why you have a board agenda item this evening. And we have to have the documentation on hand to show how we're phasing that in. We do not know about any penalties at this time. We're receiving additional information as we go through this process, and we actually have a webinar later this week to provide those additional information. There's additional guidance here you'll see from TEA. There's 3 options that we have. You'll see the green is what option that Fort Worth ISD will be adopting. We currently already have school resource officers, and we partner with Fort Worth Police Department as well as Benbrook Police Department. We will continue that partnership and look to their collaboration and partnership to be able to phase in, to be in compliance. There's 2 additional options at this time, a school marshal as well as a guardian option that we're waiting to receive additional guidance that we're not exploring until we get additional guidance from TEA around those 2 options at this time. So our guidance that we're going to talk about, of course, is the reasonable time period to be compliant, as well as I shared with you just a minute ago, on August the 24th, we have an additional webinar from our commissioner, Marath, that will give us more information around the guidance on this. And then, of course, how we're being encouraged to keep in compliance on this phase-in process. We're going to review our current school resource officer assignments to determine what adjustments we can make to reassign some of those officers. I'm going to show you how we're looking at data to make that decision this evening. We have done a needs assessment to how to assign those officers, as well as looking at the crime rate around the area of the campuses, and then develop a plan. We currently have 47 school resource officers that are from Fort Worth Police Department as well as Benbrook Police Department. You'll see those listed here, and you'll see their high schools and middle schools that are listed. Some of our campuses currently have 2 school resource officers due to their enrollment, as well as how it is outlined in their contract with the city of Fort Worth and the city of Benbrook. We have 89 campuses that we would need to still cover with a school resource officer to be in compliance. Just so our stakeholders know, a school resource officer is a police officer. They are not in a necessarily like a trained campus monitor. They are a full-fledged police officer with Fort Worth Police Department or Benbrook. We would need 89 more officers to be in compliant. You'll see 74 elementary schools all the way down to, as a reminder, we do partner with Benbrook. We have a campus in West Worth Village, one in Haltom City, and one in Forest Hill. I wanted to share with you for transparency, this is what our compliance cost projection is. You know, safety for us is not about necessarily the funds. For us, it's about the lack of personnel to be able to cover the remaining 89 assignments. So 89, when you look at how much of it costs, Benbrook Police Department as well as Fort Worth, this is the average cost of SRO. And then you can see we have 4. We currently do have a partnership with Benbrook, and then 46. We have 9 current school resource officers that we will be reassigning to elementary campuses, because due to enrollment, we're able to take that second officer from the high school and then place them on an elementary campus. You'll see we're getting 3 new school resource officers to start the school year, 2 from Fort Worth PD and 1 from Benbrook. So that leaves us to 77 additional officers needed, with a projected cost around $8.3 million. Additional funding. What did come out of House Bill 3 was that they gave each campus $15,000 to not only be in compliance with House Bill 3, but then other safety regulations that they have imposed on each campus as well as district. Just to go back real quick, $15,000 per campus, average cost of our SRO. So you can see that House Bill 3 did not adequately fund what's necessary to cover. However, as the district, we do participate in a grant partnership with Fort Worth PD, where we pay 50% of our SROs and they pay 50% of the other half. So that's why we're able to employ and assign additional SROs and then partner with the Fort Worth Police Department, as well as Benbrook. So you'll see we will receive $2.7 million additional funding, with that $15,000 that of course will go to the additional SROs, as well as other safety mandates that have been imposed through House Bill 3. So the compliance plan, and I'm not going to read the bullets to you, but we are asking tonight for you to approve the good cause exception resolution. We will maximize our current SROs by reassigning them. We will start to attempt to hire off-duty police officers to serve as SROs as well. And then, of course, assign SROs to cover multiple schools that are in a 2-mile radius. You'll see here for the 9 schools that we're able to reallocate the school resource officers, we have them listed. You'll see those 9 campuses will have actually already had their SROs reassigned to them, and they are all elementary campuses. Please note number 8 and 9 are in Benbrook, because that's a different municipality that we partner with. So those SROs must be assigned to a Benbrook school. So 1 through 7 is Fort Worth PD, and 8 and 9 would be Benbrook PD. We did the adjustment according to our PEMS count from last school year, and we'll look at our fall PEMS account for this school year to make sure that we're in compliance with our current contract with Fort Worth PD as well as Benbrook PD. Because once a high school has a certain enrollment, we have to assign 2 officers to that campus. You'll see on the first, on the my left, your right, you have your 2 officer assignments: Arlington Heights, Trumbull Tech, South Hills, Pascal, and Northside. Those are where we have the officers that will continue to have 2 officers assigned to them due to their current enrollment. We will assign, of course, clear expectations for the other officers we have reassigned. What does it mean to be reassigned on the elementary campus? Of course, we still will ask them, as they have currently have done on the high school campus. They actually service the entire pyramid and community. Whenever there's an incident, they are able to assist at the elementary or the middle school as well, and they will continue to do that. Our resource officers who are going to be assigned to the elementary will be available to still assist at that high school campus, especially during high school peak hours are different than elementary school peak hours. High needs, we wanted to make sure when we identified which elementary campuses would receive the additional officers, we want to use data to make that decision. So here you'll see the type of offenses that we looked at. We were able to take the latest crime rates from each of the communities to make the decision of which elementary campus needed to have the assigned school resource officer. Here you'll see is an example. This is Carter Riverside, and you'll see this is a 2-mile radius that we have pulled out. And we have decided, looking at that Carter Riverside example, and this is a resource from May. From May 1st to the 26th, there was 135 different records of some type of crime activity, police activity in that area. It's very important to note, this is not activity that happened on a campus. When we talk about the area, we're talking about the community. It could be not during school hours, on the weekends, during the evening. This is just in the community activity that this occurred. When you look at this, you'll see in that 2-mile radius that Oakhurst Elementary was the campus that it was closest to. So that's where we have reassigned the school resource officer to, Oakhurst Elementary for this example. Just as a reminder, as last year, we have our TEA. This is something totally different in House Bill 3, but we do have our intruder detection audits that will continue to happen this school year. That's when they have what we call secret shoppers. They come on campus, they check doors, they try to get onto the campus, they try to act like they're a visitor without checking in. They'll continue to have those sweeps, so we will be bringing that back. We'll share those with our school safety committee as well. But we are in place to be able, they'll start in September. So we have trained our staff and we will continue to update you on those as well. Here's our school standard safety summary, and this is of course what TA puts out, and this is what we do train our safety security officers, our custodians, our campus monitors as well. And just a reminder, shared responsibility, I would like to point out Trustee Dar, we were on a campus the first day, and Trustee Dar was doing shared responsibility and went by, saw a door that had not been properly shut, and she shut it. That's what we're talking about. Anyone on the campus, it's a shared responsibility to make sure our doors are closed, that we check visitors that are in the hallway, that we're working together, that if our students hear something, say something, and that our adults take that active role as well on that campus. We do ask our parents to also help us by following our campus guidelines about checking in, picking students up at entrances other than the front door. We ask that you don't do that, as well as Uber Eats, dropping off food and lunch, that we do adhere to our campus procedures as well. Just a reminder, here's our safety and security webpage and our phone number that is manned 24 hours, 365 days, will always be answered. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey and team. Are there any questions or comments, trustees? Trustee Luebanos?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I have a question. So of the $15,000 that the state is giving us, how much more money do we need for other needs?
So we have, for House Bill 3, we're averaging over, we would need about an 8.3 to be in compliance with an armed officer on every campus. That doesn't count. We have safety and security guidelines that were sent out by TEA last year that we currently utilize for grants. I did give you additional information. You'll see this handout. So we average over $4.2 million of grants that we have applied for and have received, thanks to our grants department, that we are utilizing to implement the other safety and security parameters that they have put on us as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is the funding come based on the number of schools or the number of SROs that you have in place?
So the 15,000 is by campus. It's TEA looks at what we call our LEAs, which are our campus numbers, and they allocate 15,000 per campus number.
From the start?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Identifying the high-need areas, this is a great chart. It is through March of 2023, and we had redistricting at the council level, and those have changed. When are you guys going to update this information, and how will it look?
So thank you for bringing that attention. We'll update it, and then we'll look at the data again. This is the one that we really go by when we look at because that's where our campuses don't change districts. they stay within that 2-mile radius, and that's when we really measure the police activity. We had a case today, we had a school had to go in secure status, not due to anything that happened in the school, had this something to do in the neighborhood. So this would be an example of one of the 135 records that we pulled from this type of example.
Okay, so this is much more relevant than the chart as far as your day-to-day operations.
Definitely.
Great,
Yes,
thank you.
because this is what we respond to.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Just to clarify with the additional page in the chart with the grant funding, this funding is all allocated to other security requirements, not only what's required, but also what's best practice. So there's not any of the grant money that's available to pay for staff?
That is correct. This is what we use for, you'll see we have our silent panic alert that we have implemented, fencing that we're required to implement that we have done, some of our training as well, and safety film on glass that we're doing, the shades that we're implementing as we're going forward as we receive the grant money that we did not receive funding for from the state, that we're required to do.
So we're having to supplement, the state's requiring it, and we are having to pay for this using grant money and what is already in the general fund for the most part.
Yes, and just for our stakeholders home for transparency, around 4.2 million in grants, and our general budget is around 7.3 million that we allocate. And that's where our SROs, campus monitors, and personnel are paid out of our general.
But that 7 million won't cover the cost of an SRO at every campus, is that correct?
That is correct. We're looking at over $8 million.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just curious, how long is the training that the officers go to?
So our officers attend training not only from the Fort Worth Police Department, but they also collaborate with our director and executive director, as well as our safety supervisors who are here this evening. So they actually get training from not only the Fort Worth PD that they're required to keep up with to be in compliance of being a police officer, but then also our own training. Beginning of the school year, they attended training with us as well. So they're very lucky. They get additional training on top of the Fort Worth Police Department. That training really talks about de-escalation with our students, how to interact with our students, really how to become a partner with our students and our parents, and to make sure that our students know that they're a resource officer. That's why a school resource versus someone who's coming there to discipline them.
Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
Thank you for this information. How are we currently working with our city and county leaders to not only address our needs, but in helping make the communities around our campuses safer? Because from what I understand, the majority of our holds are due to criminal or security issues going on directly outside of our campuses, not necessarily inside. So how are we working with our city and county leaders to address that?
So we actually, last year, and you were part of our first safety and security that was required through the legislation. I think we're going to 2-year advisory committee for 2 years now. We have members on there from the police department as well as the city. That's our first step to be in collaboration of talking with them. Also, I do want to praise the city of Fort Worth and the city of Benbrook. They made a point to be very present the first week of our school. You probably, parents notice additional police, and Chief Noakes was very intentional about having those additional resources. When it comes to during the school year, we're in constant contact with them. We have Sid and Danny Garcia, our executive director. They meet with them as well. We have a great partnership that we're actually doing a grow our own of our students, which has strengthened that relationship as well and partnership. They are working with us. I think first our communication has improved over just immensely over the last 4 or 5 years, just because of social media threats. We are now working more as one team. Some of our own school resource officers are still, of course, part of their social media, where we do things in the evening. If we get a threat, we work together, we go out there, we knock on the door of the family, we make sure that, hey, we received this social media threat. So I think that collaboration's increasing. City officials are very well aware, and actually we have to have their approval for the additional school resource officers as well. So we did already meet with them a couple of times about this collaboration to help us with the phase-in. They're struggling getting police officers as well, but they have committed to each graduating class to give us 5% from that graduating class. And our city officials, of course, have to agree to that. So we're very thankful to our council for that.
Thank you. And lastly, I just wanted to give a shout out to the teacher at Nash Elementary who chased me down because my badge was not visible. So shout out to her for doing her job and diligence and make sure that it's visible.
Okay, Trustee Dar, did you have another comment? Okay. So where are we getting the funds for the additional $8 million that?
So we are, we're getting the funds from our general fund, as well as doing 50% from what we call the CCPD grant. So the city of Fort Worth is paying 50% of that SRO, and we pay 50%. And then, so we are reallocating our own funds for that.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to say before we leave, I want to recognize, we have to recognize our safety and security team, our internal team, our campus monitors, our safety advisors, Sid and Danny, as well as our SRO officers. They work around the clock. I can't say enough about them. We spent, once again, a Sunday afternoon together on the phone and evening, securing an incident for this week. And I just can't thank them enough for their dedication, and it's to our students. So I just want to recognize them tonight as well.
Thank you, Mrs. Molinar, and thank you all our security and campus monitors and everybody who makes our children safe. Thank you. So next on the agenda is the ESSER 3 and safe return to in-person instruction review. Back to Dr. Ramsey.
Thank you, and invite to the presentation table Carmen Arieta Candelaria, our Chief Financial Officer, and Marjette Crespo, who's our Senior Officer of Grants and Development.
Good evening. Good evening, President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey. I'm Carmen Arieta Candelaria. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the district, and with me again is Marjette Crespo, our Senior Officer of Grants and Development. We're here to present the update for ESSER 3 funding and the safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services review. This is our semi-annual review. Our last review was in February of this past year. Just a reminder, we received monies, ESSER monies, as part of the CARES Act back in March of 2020. We received $261,640,000. What's required is a safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan, a 6-month plan review, and stakeholder input is required, and that's why we're here today. Just a quick reminder, how can ESSER funds be used? Well, these funds were designed for one-time or short-term spending to address the learning, recovery, and the ongoing impact of the pandemic. And it is recommended that the funds be used for one-time or short-term types of expenses because, of course, any long-term uses of ESSER funding could have an implication on longer-term cost after the funding ends. This is the guidance that we've received consistently from TEA. We want to look at our budget that we have. So right now we have allocated $240 million across various initiatives, 5 major categories: supported teachers, rigorous instructional materials, create more time for learning, empower parents, and other priorities. And we've reallocated and done some budget amendments, but overall the amount still stays the same. We're able to allocate some indirect cost into the general fund to support our admin expenses of $21,058,000 for a total budgeted amount of $261,640. Expenditures through the end of June 2023, we've spent $163.1 million in direct cost and taken in $12.3 million in indirect cost over the last 2 years, for a total of $175.4 million that's been spent, or about 67.1%. So you see the breakdown in those expenses by the category. I mentioned that we do budget amendments, and we do a budget review on a periodic basis to make sure that we're continuing to spend the funds. The first one is the actual expenses and the continuation of services. Those are primarily done to align the actual payroll costs, as is the recruitment and incentive, hiring incentives for hard-to-hire positions and the reduction of vacant positions. So those are the primary budget adjustments that we do. We also increased the budget due to the incentive that we paid out in June, the second installment in June. And then we also had an adjustment to the high-quality materials and supplies as we're able to provide supplies for elementary students. You've seen this chart. This is our expected versus actual spend, and we've been tracking it very closely. We were a little slightly behind at the last report of the fourth quarter in 2022. We've caught up quite a bit due to the spend that we've had. We're at 67 compared to 70% spend as of the end of the second quarter for 2023. Again, in our ongoing efforts to get to that 100% by the third quarter of September 2024. So we are on track to get us to that spend. Here you see the actual and projected spend, the actual costs that we've incurred from 21-22 in those various categories. We spent 32% in 21-22, and now we've spent 35% in 22-23. We're projected for 23-24 as we round out the spend to be about 33%, the remaining 33% for a total of 100%. Again, the grant ends September 30th, 2024. I want to provide you just a quick update on the academic return on investment. There's a lot of information that's in this PowerPoint, but again, there's behind that, there's a very large information set that we receive from DM Group as to be able to really look at all of the different facets. So I've just kind of pulled a little bit of the information and presented it here today to give you an idea of the work that we've been doing with DM Group that we've partnered with. First of all, what we want to do is we want to create and align our processes and our systems that will not only help us ESSER 3 funds, but also other funds. And then we also wanted to understand what the impact and the cost of those ESSER 3 funded initiatives. So today's focus is that phase 3, where we've done an AROI analysis of the selected ESSER fund initiatives. And here are the initiatives that we selected. Again, we defined what an ESSER funded initiative was, and that was strategic. It's aligned to a district division or team priority at the time that it was launched. It's purposeful. It has a clear or had a clear expected outcome and measure of success. It was ESSER funded or dependent. It would not have existed in the current form without ESSER funding, and it has ongoing costs through September 2024. So these were the three that we selected. We had reported out that we had selected this out of all of the initiatives that we had launched. One was high impact tutoring, looking at make sure that it had an objective, it had a strong definition of success. There was metrics available to you to measure that success, and it's currently being monitored and at what cost. The other one that we selected was the external specialized wraparound services and freshman success. We looked at these data sources, the quantitative data that was available to us in order to be able to determine the metrics. We looked at things like the student demographic data as well as MAP scores. We also got quite a bit of stakeholder feedback looking at, we had some focus groups. We also had interviews with district staff, school staff, and our vendors. And then we also looked at the cost data from the time period of August 22 through April 23. And then again, working with our group, DM group, we came up with a final AROI analysis. So this is our finding structure, and looking, going from the definition of success through our analysis, our feedback from our stakeholders, and then looking at future considerations of what were the outcomes of that AROI analysis, and then having a discussion about it to see how we could pivot and improve the program. And these definitions of success are different for each initiative that we looked at. It was not the same definition for each program because they were trying to accomplish different things. But what we want to do is we definitely want to share our takeaways from the conversations that we had from our stakeholders to highlight the areas of strength, but also where we can make improvement. And finally, we've also been meeting with our new team to make sure that we've identified any areas that we need to look at from a standpoint of improvement. So here's just really, again, very high level. These are some of the key findings for external wraparound services, EWS. And that program initiative was to improve the connectedness for students needing additional support in attendance, behavior, and academics. Again, we looked at whether or not they aligned to a strategic goal, a district goal, and then to see where they aligned to the ESSER 3 goal that was in slide number 4, and this one aligned with the Empower Parents in providing wraparound services. We looked at the number of students served, 8,278, with a total cost, average cost of $400. These were some of the outcomes that we had with regards to this program. How did these students in this particular program compare to their peers, those students that were not in the EWS program, and came up with some of the differences there, and then also some with regards to the notable segments. Each one of these had some notable segment comments, and this one pertained to attendance, for example, and it went through where some of the key highlights with regards to how it was measured. And then the future considerations for this particular program was to make sure that we update the definitions of success. Again, we were flying the plane while we're still building the plane, and so we had to make sure that we wanted to define what is success look like for the program, what data needs to be collected, both not only from the vendor side, but also from the district side. And then defining goals that are SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. And then the second recommendation from DM Group is to define those roles and responsibility. Who is responsible for what aspect of the program, not only with the vendor, but also with our stakeholders. And then to take action in this year. And that was part of the work that we've done with our associates superintendents, is to provide them with the information that came out of this analysis to make sure that we are focusing on the right programs and targeting those students that need the most assistance. The next one was the high impact tutoring. So in this particular program, we looked at the program objective here was to accelerate learning for all K-12 students with a targeted focus on students who did not meet on STAR, reading, math, and EOCs. So in this particular case, we had really multiple types of funding available. Not only did we have ESSER funding, but we also had other funding that was available to us. And so one of the things that was not necessarily clear is which students were receiving campus-based tutoring versus high-impact tutoring. And so what we did with the analysis that we focused on is just those that were based on receiving vendor-based tutoring that was funded through ESSER. So there was 3,350 students that were receiving services. And here, again, we looked at how did the students in the high-impact tutoring compare to the peers, looking at those students in the high-impact tutoring versus those that were not in the high-impact tutoring. And then, again, breaking it out, looking at specifically at some of the notable segments. This is looking at our math MAP and some of the outcomes that were there, some of the vendors that had a higher percentage of students hitting their MAP scores versus other vendors that had a lower amount, a lower target. We did also notice that students that were receiving more tutoring sessions, or students that received 36 to 53 tutoring sessions, were also more likely to meet their goals than the program average. So again, these are some of the things that came out of the analysis. And here, the future considerations from DM Group was, again, to consider aligning with those HIT vendors on what success looks like and what is the data that needs to be collected. And then improving the communication about what is the program's purpose, what is the reason for implementation, and what is the evidence for success to all of the staff that's involved in the programs to make sure that there's a district-wide buy-in. And again, looking at the students that are being served and how successful those students are. Freshman Success Program, this is the program objective here was to provide first-time freshman students and staff with a targeted on-track plan for completing high school in 4 years and CCMR pathways beyond graduation. This was looking at, again, our strategic alignment was 2 strategic goals, district goals, Goal 3 and Goal 4, and then looking at ESSER goals of extending the instructional time, adding instructional support staff, and then building teacher capacity. We looked at 4680 students, which is the number of freshmen that we have, and looking at the cost per student of about $300. This one was a little different. The original definition of success that we had come up with was originally defined as 80% of first-time freshman students below a 3.0 GPA in the first quarter will improve their grade average by 20% in the second. And then the same would be on track, enrolled in 6 credits and passing 3 or more courses to complete high school in 4 years by the end of their freshman year. And then 90% of all sophomores who participated in Freshman Success last year are receiving a 3.0 GPA or above or on track to graduate. And then these are the student segments that we originally came up with. Some of the challenges that we had with regards to analysis is that all of the students participated in the program, so there's no students outside of the program. So if we looked at comparison group approach, that wasn't necessarily available. Neither was the implementation comparison because the data was not collected. So we took, in this particular case, we took a new approach. We came up with some different definitions of success and different student segments, and really worked with the stakeholders for this particular program so that we can determine whether or not that this program is going to be successful and would need to be extended beyond beyond ESSER funding for next year. So some of the lessons that we've learned is to identify clear objectives, metrics, and definitions of success that allows those initiatives to effectively monitor progress with minimal additional effort. Again, not only just looking at the aspirational aspects of a particular program, but really looking at the specific metrics and the purpose, including who the initiative is meant to serve. The metrics need to be regularly collected, available, and representative measurements. And then again, defining that success. And I think that that is really going to be the foundation for how we develop and continue to develop our AORI initiatives. Again, we embarked on this last year, and so we want to continue to look at how ESSER is impacting our district. This is phase 2 on our next steps. What we're looking at is these are some of the key activities, is to facilitate training on updated data protocol with the program staff, and then set up any data systems necessary for progress monitoring, sharing the information with the new team, and then going over those findings and recommendations to make sure of the data that needs to be collected, and then to make any program alignments that need to be made along the way. And then in the last phase is to continue to monitor those programs to determine what is being measured and what are going to be those outcomes. We've also aligned ourselves with the district strategic budgeting process, and we've done phase one of that work. So on July 18th and 19th, we put a group of stakeholders together to look at what is our budget process and how do we align and redefine our strategic budgeting process. And then also, we're currently in the process of looking at how we develop our budget and integrate it with all of the initiatives that we have. We're going to develop some customized materials that we can use and that will continue to be embedded into our district. And then we're also going to go through our ARO Institute again to make sure that we continue to develop that bench strength and that we are all using the same terminology so that we can begin to take an initiative at the very beginning of the process and have defined metrics of success before we start an initiative so that everyone understands what the program is trying to accomplish. We have the metrics, and then at the end, we end up doing the actual measure. And then in February of 24, we start that implementation support so that we can have that for our budget process for next year. This is the safe return to in-person instruction. This is part of our requirement. This plan has to be reviewed and revised as needed every 6 months with input from district stakeholders. Stakeholders are invited to provide feedback using an online survey. That survey has been open from August 8th and it'll close on September 8th, and you can use the little key code there to be able to go in there. And again, there's more information that can be garnered at our website that's listed. So with that, are there any questions with regards to this update?
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. That was a great presentation. It's
Thank
actually
you.
so much information that I can probably get on a plane and read it again and be interested. Thank you both. We know kids have to be in a seat to learn. We know that when they move schools, they lose 4 to 6 months of learning sometimes. And we know we have to keep students in school to have them ultimately graduate. Wouldn't a good comparator for you all to consider perhaps be high mobility students? And if wraparound services, which I notice have an X here because it's hard, I mean, that's a difficult task to measure objectively, but would high mobility be something that we could look at, and did you all consider that?
I think we considered that, or we did, the high mobility rate. I don't have an answer specifically on whether or not we use that particular metric for EWS, but it is something that makes sense that we could look at.
Yeah, if you could consider it, it might be nice to see if we closed a gap there.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. And thank you guys for the report. A couple of quick questions. One, I heard you say that you guys did a focus group. Could you tell me where was the focus group at?
Sure.
We determine for each one of these groups, we have personnel from the schools where the services were provided, staff that supported and students and parents that were requested through the principals to come and report on the activity.
Oh, okay, so it's at individual schools?
It was set on individuals. The location, yes, some were in individual schools and some were in central office. It depended. We have one or two that were virtual. I don't have them in front of me, but yes, we have several, and for each one of the initiatives that we evaluated, and we went through the principles, and some were at school level, some were virtual, based on the.
Okay. Thank you. The other part of my question is, I noticed when most of the time you guys do the presentation, there's always talk about in terms of how much money we've spent, which is, I get it, we got to follow our checkbook. How do we, along the way, to see the impact? I know we're going to do the return on investment, but that's narrowed down as, at my school, I can see we spent $700,000, and the impact, if I looked at high impact tutoring, that we can see the needle move a little bit. Is there a way, are they tracking that on the local level?
By campus level? So I think one of the things that we've really struggled with is determining what the impact is. And so I think those definitions of success at the beginning of the initiative would have been helpful. But again, all these initiatives were already started and didn't have a clear definition of success. And so I think that's what we've tried to do with this measurement piece, is we've gone back and worked with the actual program managers and come up with a definition, a clearer definition of success. And so I think that, to answer your question, when the ESSER funds were given, it was to it perhaps may have had a different initiative or different metric of success. And so to be fair, I think that that's why we went back and looked and worked with each one of these groups to actually define what was success to that. And then some of the lessons learned that we had was we've got to be able to determine what that definition of success is, which now we have. And then we've met with the associate superintendents and given them all of the data so that they can turn around and then say, okay, now we have one more year left. This is your clear definition of success, and this is the outcome that we expect, and then be able to measure that. And then working with the vendors to make sure that they also understand, because they're also measuring it, but we need to measure it ourselves to make sure that we understand what is that definition of success.
And I mean this with all due respect. Here's my concern as far as what we were last year and what we spent. And I'm going to keep going back to the original intent, which was about learning loss. That was the whole entire purpose of it. And then when I look at some of the high-need schools, and I kept asking this question for a year long, and I don't even want to go back over that, in terms of how we distribute the funding, it didn't balance out. So I'm trying to figure out, tell me a little bit more what we have in place, so when we look at this a year from now, that, and we spent that whole $260 million, and I look in the face of some of those kids and those parents and those grandmothers that we spent $260 million, but we've not moved the needle on X amount of kids. Am I making sense?
Absolutely, and that's why, like, for example, the high-impact tutoring. So we have looked to see which ones have moved the needle, and we have that data, that we do have that data in more detailed information, and that's what we've shared with the associate superintendents. So they can take and pivot this year so that we can determine whether or not it actually moved the needle.
And if I can interrupt, if we go back to the workshop and the school performance framework, those initiatives are a part of that. And so how we're prioritizing is based on the schools that need the most help and the student groups that need the most help. So each school has, now that we have those additional scores, we'll have a new kind of report card, and we're tiering. So an example of that would be the Saturday Learning Quests. We've prioritized those tier 3 campuses that need the most first, to provide them additional dollars, people, programming. So using the school performance framework, we're now pushing in to the schools that need the most and the student groups that need the most these funds. So that's how we're doing it. It's through that school performance framework.
And I understand that. Okay, how do I say this? because the challenge we were at, and I don't want to keep going back to last year, but it was a challenge to define in terms of what school got X amount of money and how we focusing, like now, and focusing on that, and whose responsibility to make sure that happened. I'm just going to be frank, it was not clear, and I want to, that's why I'm trying to understand it, that we have a more clear plan on how that works.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. And Dr. Ramsey, you just hit exactly on what I was about to ask. You know, I would love to be able to see, now that we have that framework in place that has been presented, if we could see how the ESSER reporting and ESSER dollars are going to work in concert with that framework, particularly as we, you know, move forward and evaluate this again in, you know, a certain number of time. It would be very helpful to be able to see exactly how these two coexisted with one another and how they were able to work in that concert, as well as not to put words into Brother Bridges' mouth at all. That campus breakdown about who receives and how. That would be extremely helpful as well, to be able to trace the dollars, to be able to see that over X amount of time, certain campus was able to be able to get so much funding from the ESSER dollars themselves. And we've had some variation of that, but I'm assuming we want an updated aspect of that.
Trustee Lynch?
I guess my question is around, now that we have some level of data and outcomes, is there any pivot to any of these programs going into this next year?
Mr. Garcia is going to answer that question.
Great question, and thank you for asking that. Our work in the immediate future is to ensure that we align all our resources to include ESSER funds, but other resources that we have, general funds, to ensure that we are tracking the support that we're giving campuses. And to your question being, are we going to pivot? Absolutely. What we have is an advantage, because the advantage that we got from the data that we used last year and the academic return on investment that you just heard, we're able to allocate our resources in a way that is just a tad more strategic. And with that being said, we are prioritizing the schools that need the help the most. And part of the pivot is also to ensure that we're holding ourselves accountable for results on a timely basis, which means that we will not be tracking our data beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year. We'll do that, but there's going to be checkpoints in between. And we think that's a game changer, because when you have those checkpoints in between, you're able to allocate support to the right campuses. You're also able to identify at the end of the year what worked and what didn't. So we don't want to work in platitudes. What we want is data that will support us being able to sit here and articulate why we went up in scores, and we will, and where we fell short. So the pivot really is to be more intentional about working with our cross-departmental teams to ensure that we're spending the money where it's needed the most.
And done. Okay. Trustee Jackson?
Yes, sorry for coming back the second time. The SPF was built on the 2022 STAR data, is that correct?
Initially, it was, and as presented at the workshop, even though they're still preliminary results for the spring, they're updated so that we can add additional schools as needed.
So the answer is, that's one of your pivots right there.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
built it on the 2022. You know what that looks like. You have kind of a baseline. Yes. And now when you add that data, that's going to give you another assessment tool. Is that correct? Am I tracking with you?
That's
For our
correct.
tracking?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's exciting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course.
And thank you.
Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you. Thank you for this report. On slide 7, we show the 33% money that is going to be spent between 23 and 24. What is our plan for 24, 25?
So the funding runs out September 30th, 2024. And so we are taking these next few months to determine and do an analysis as to which programs we're going to consider making a recommendation to continue in 24, 25. In fact, today we had a very long meeting to go over all of the initiatives once again, to make sure we are doing the work that needs to be done ahead of time in order to be able to prepare, to look at the positions that are currently funded out of ESSER to determine whether or not we would hire a position to move for this year, or whether or not we just close it out. And so we're doing some of that analysis right now.
Great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you all. We are now up to the superintendent report. Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the report? No, okay. And the public hearing to discuss the proposed 2023-2024 tax rates is now called to order. Dr. Ramsey?
Carmen is already there, so we're going to go ahead and let her continue.
Thank you and good evening. And I believe that Patricia Young will be joining me, our Executive Director for Budget. She'll also be joining me to go over this presentation. So good evening once again. Carmen Arieta Candelaria, Chief Financial Officer for the district. This is the tax rate adoption day. We are on track to adopt the budget. On August 14th, we published a revised notice that gave information regarding our tax rate in tonight's meeting. And then today is the date that the board will consider and adopt the tax rate. Looking at the proposed tax rate for 23-24, we are looking at a 20-cent reduction on the tax rate over prior year. So our composition of our rate from the maintenance and operations side, otherwise known as M&O, is going from 98.96 cents to a proposed rate of 79.04, a reduction of 19.92 cents. Our interest and sinking fund, which is otherwise known as our INS rate, is recommended to remain the same at 0.2920. So our total tax rate is as compared to 22-23 is of 128.16. Our proposed rate for 23-24 is 108.24, or that reduction of 19.92 cents. Our no new revenue tax rate is 1.0662. I want to go over the definitions of the tax rate so that we're clear. So last year's tax rate is the actual rate that the district adopted in the prior year. In that year. The no new revenue tax rate is otherwise known as the effective tax rate. So the effective tax rate would impose the same taxes as last year if you were to compare those same properties that were taxed in both years, less any improvements that were made to those properties. It doesn't account for any impacts in state aid or recapture that would otherwise occur if the rate was adopted. And then this year's voter-approved tax rate is formally known as the rollback rate, is the highest tax rate that the school district can set before it must hold an election, a tax ratification election, otherwise known as a TRE. So just to be clear on how the state defines, those are state-defined definitions of the tax rate. Now let's look at the composition of a M&O tax rate. This is statewide. This is the maintenance and operations tax rate. So we're looking first at looking from the bottom up, the tier 1. This is anywhere from 0 to the maximum compressed rate. It doesn't require voter approval. The tier 2 golden pennies from 1 to 5 does not require voter approval. Tier 2 golden pennies, pennies 6 through 8, those require a voter approval or previously authorized and set in the tax year 2022. And then Tier 2 copper pennies 9 through 17, do require voter approval or previously authorized and set in tax year 22. There's a distinction between copper and golden pennies because the yield is higher that we earn on the golden pennies. Now we look at the district's M&O rate. And so we do have all of the 17 pennies that comprise the Tier 2 copper and golden pennies. And so those are reflected there. The Tier 2 copper pennies, recapture does apply there. So we are required to pay recapture in the event that our entitlement is less than the amount of money that we generate. Tier 2 golden pennies do not, those 3 pennies we do also have, as I indicated, recapture there does not apply to that level of Tier 2. And then the Tier 2 golden pennies, or level 1 through 5, those recapture does not apply. And then of course recapture applies to Tier 1. So our tax rate is comprised of all of those amounts, and the proposed tax rate is 79.04 pennies. If you were to reduce the tax rate, it stops from the Tier 2 copper penny and moves down the tier. So for example, if the district were to reduce a penny, it would reduce penny number 17, 16, 15, so forth, okay? This is a slide that I thought is really I think impactful because it shows what our district entitlement versus our funding sources that are generated. So you can see that our how recapture is actually derived. So for example, we have as at the bottom of the slide, I know it's very, very small and I apologize for that, but down at the bottom of the slide, it shows our tax rate going from 79.04 down to the 62.04, which is the maximum compressed rate that we are required to have. And so when you move along that axis, you're going to see that your state aid and your property taxes change. So as for example, in the first year, our total funding entitlement is $730,843,941. Our actual amount that we generate from taxes is $737,923,043. So there's an amount to be recaptured here of $7,079,000. If you were to decrease a penny, for example, and move to 78.04 on the tax rate, your recapture is proportionately less. So your recapture, so the amount of money that you would be entitled to receive would be $726,146,000, and your state funding and local funding is $732,438,000. So your recapture is now $6,292,000. So for every penny that you lose is $5,484,000 of property tax revenue, but a reduction in recapture of $786,000. So the net reduction is about $4,697,000. So I think the question I remember from last year is why can't we just reduce the tax rate and then recapture would be gone? Well, proportionately, it doesn't work that way. Okay, so I also would want to note that no recapture begins at tax rate 70.04. So at tax rate 70.04 through 62.04, there's no recapture. So you would have to reduce the tax rate by 9 cents if you wanted to avoid recapture. But again, that would decline your revenue significantly. Here is I tried to put the reduction in property taxes and state aid versus recapture amount as the tax rate decreases. So for each penny that is reduced, basically we have a net loss of $4,697,000. The amount that you earn per penny less the amount that you don't have to repay to the state in recapture. That net between the $5,484,000 per penny and the $786,000 is the net loss of $4,697,000. So if you were to add the cumulative loss through the pennies, through the tax rate at 70.04, you would lose $42,279,559, which is a 9-cent reduction times the $4,697,000. Then, any reduction to beyond the 70 cents, then you get into your tier 2, level 1 reduction. And in that particular case, you do lose state funding. So if you were to reduce a penny beyond the 70.04, then you would lose $6,546,000 of state aid. So when you combine that with the loss of the property tax revenue, you have a combined loss of $12,031,257 per year. Per year on an annual basis, per penny. So the cumulative loss, if you were to adopt a tax rate at 62.04, which is the maximum compressed rate, your cumulative loss there would be $138,529,616. It's a very complicated formula, and there's a lot of moving parts. We have changes in the tax rate that we estimated. We have changes in the certified values. We have changes to the homestead exemption. It is a moving target. It is based on the most current template that we have, and I know that Ms. Young would attest as to how difficult it is to be able to calculate this moving target. But we have tried to do that. In general, as property tax rate decreases, district revenue would decline overall. And so just a reminder that we did pass a budget in the deficit this year. I do want to take some time to look at the calculation and the change in the homestead exemption. And this is, again, those voters with the qualifying homestead exemption, and only if it passes in November. We are assuming that that homestead exemption will pass in November. We have no expectation that it wouldn't. But here's I want to take a look at the homestead and the value, at recognizing, of course, that the home values did increase as a result of reappraisals by the appraisal district. But if the home value were to remain the same and the homestead exemption were to change, there would be a reduction of $768.90 as a result of that homestead exemption, going from $40,000 to $100,000. Okay, so that's the comparison that we have here, is for and at every single point. So at 100,000, at 40,000 exemption that we currently have, it's at the tax rate, the current tax rate of 128.16. That's 768.96, and at 100,000, it'd be a full exemption off the value. It would be zero, and then for a $200,000 home at $40,000 exemption, they would have paid $2,050.56. With that exemption at $100,000, now they pay $1,281.60, and it corresponds to a home at $300,000. Now let's look at the calculation of the change due to the rate. So here is the homestead exemption, assuming again that it passes in November. Again, it does not take into consideration the growth in the home value, as that is determined by the appraisal district. But if you had a home of $100,000 and a homestead exemption at both rates, you would not pay any tax. If you have a home value of $200,000 and a homestead exemption of $100,000, then the reduction because of the rate is $199.20. At $300,000 with a homestead exemption, you would pay $398.40 as a result of the reduction in the rate. Okay? Now here's an impact to the taxpayers, the calculation of a penny reduction in the district tax rate. I think this was a question that was asked. What is the penny what is the impact of 1 cent reduction on the district's tax rate going from $1.0824 to $107.24? At 100,000, there's no impact. Going from for a $200,000 home with a $100,000 exemption, it's $10 or 83 cents a month. It's at a $300,000 home, it's $20 a month or $1.66 a month. So that is the reduction. That is the impact to home value at that amount. So looking now at just the projected, this is a similar slide that we presented back in July, looking at the tax rate. Again, this is the history of the tax rate and the proposed for 2023. We're looking at that 19.92 cent dropped, going from 128.16 to the 108.24. I also reference here the state MCR floor is 61.92. It's very, very close to our rate that we have of 62.04. Again, we add those 17 cents to our rate to come up to the 79.04. The M&O for floor rate for the state is 78.92. So we are above that floor, but just slightly. And that's a reflection of the large increases in our appraised values. All right, this is the Texas Code, Tax Code Section 2605 that requires the disclosures. And so a tax rate, the vote on the tax rate that exceeds the sum of the no new revenue M&O tax rate of the district and the district's current debt rate must be a record vote, and 60% of the members must vote in favor of the ordinance, resolution, or order. And the motion has to contain this language to say that I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of, you have to specify the tax rate, which is effectively A, and you have to insert the percentage by which the tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate percent increase. What's not required this year, which is different than last year we did have to make such disclosure, but this year we do not have to make such a disclosure because the tax rate will not raise more taxes for M&O than last year's rate. So just looking at the M&O tax rate, it will not impose, we are not passing a tax rate that imposes an amount of taxes to fund M&O taxes, expenditures, that exceeds the amount of taxes imposed for the preceding year. I provided that worksheet in the backup, in your backup documentations to demonstrate that the M&O portion of the tax rate is not exceeding, is not imposing the amount of taxes more than the prior year. So that language is not required. Again, very complicated, but that's why I wanted to really walk you all through it to make sure that you understand what we are asking for you to approve. So the language that is required in the motion setting this year's tax rate, this year's proposed tax rate does exceed the no new revenue tax rate. And that, again, that vote has to be in this motion where I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 1.0824, which is effectively a 1.52% increase in the tax rate. Again, we are recommending that the tax rate be adopted for M&O at 79.04 and the INS rate at 29.2 cents for a total tax rate of $1.0824. So that is the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, trustees? Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you for the most comprehensive explanation that we have ever had. It's something we should all keep, and it's actually a visual that I've always wanted to see, but I didn't know how to ask to define it in this manner. This is exceptional, and there are multiple ways to look at it, and I just want to say thank you. I think I did that, but I'm not sure.
Thank you so much, Trustee Jackson.
Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you. Thank you for this PowerPoint. The 29 cents for INS rate, can that go lower from the 29 cents?
So the 29.2 cents, we have developed a debt model based on the parameters that were set with the 21 bond program, which is to maintain the tax rate at that rate and be able to issue the $1.2 billion in debt and not go above that rate. So we've built that model around that. Certainly, it can be reduced, but that would mean that we may have to spread the debt out a little bit longer to issue, and that could be additional cost for the district on the INS side. We do have sufficient reserves to be able to absorb a 1.62 in the fund balance, as well as we could restructure the issuance that I had planned and presented to all of you. We could restructure that in the one that we're going to issue in January. So the answer is yes, but those are the impacts that I would have to work around.
And then how much more money are we going to collect if we don't reduce that 29 cents based on the $46 billion?
The difference between that 1.6 is about $8.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
On the M&O side, with the amount, you said it's 79.04, how far is that below the no new revenue? Or is that right on it?
It's below. So the no new revenue on the M&O side, according to the worksheet, do you have the worksheet with you? I think it was from 82 to 79, so it was about 4 cents, if I recall correctly.
Okay, I'm just, so on the M&O side, we're down 4 cents
Yes,
from the no new tax revenue, but on the INS side, we're not.
Correct.
And I'm just really slow in this because I can't figure out how on the 29 cent part of it as opposed to 79, that's basically raising taxes 1.5%.
The tax rate.
Rate.
Yes, sir. Okay. So the tax rate. So the increase is on the INS side, basically, that we've maintained at 29.2 at with the guidance from the board, and we've built the debt model off of that. That's the direction that I've been given, and that's the model that I've developed. Certainly, if we change that rate, then I've given you some implications of what that would mean with regards to issuing the debt.
Okay,
it could be done. I'm just letting you all know what the implications of that could be.
Part of it would be, I wonder, simply because of the math, that if you went up 4 cents to no new tax revenue on the M&O side, and where does the INS side have to be for no new revenue for it? And it seemed you would end up bringing in more money, but you would be able to go, we have, everything's in no new revenue area. That's where I'm confused. And I'm probably confused everybody else.
I think you've confused me.
So if you're basically M&O is 79 cents, so if I can go up 4 cents on that and still tell everybody we're at no new revenue.
So you cannot go over the 79.04 because you're already at the cap. So we have no more pennies to issue. We're at 17.04 and we're at the MCR. So you cannot increase your M&O tax rate. So the only movement that you have is on the INS side.
Okay, so basically it's, I don't know how much you would have to reduce it to increase the M&O back to where it's just no reduction on it. I mean, that's that 29.2 is smaller than the 79, but it seems to have a bigger impact on what we're doing and getting taxes in. And so I hate for you to have to do math in front of everybody.
No,
that's
I'm
not
just
right.
trying, I was just going to give you the amount exactly. I had memorized it, and I think I just had it's 1.62 cents.
Right.
Reduction to get us to the no new revenue rate. And so if there was a reduction considered, it should be considered on the INS side. It should not be, you can reduce it on the M&O side. I would not recommend that, because if you lose a penny on the M&O side, you cannot get it back without an election. So it would require additional effort to get to that level. And you lose, $4.6 million on the M&O side when we're already in a deficit. So if the objective were to reduce the rate to get to the no new revenue tax rate, if I were to make a recommendation, it would have to be on the INS side, which you can do.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Lynch.
First, I want to thank you for all the time putting all this together. I know it took a lot of work and was helpful. My question is around the modeling. If the model was done with 29.2, what would the property values look like in that modeling? Are we on track, ahead, or what did that look like?
We're actually ahead. So we do build a tax rate. Usually it's around 5 to 6%, and then we decrease it over time. So we do have a conservative model that we plan for. We have experienced double-digit increases in assessed valuation, which allows us to increase the capacity that we could issue debt. So it allows us to issue the debt faster. And again, it's a balance, because the other aspect that we look at is the rate, the market rate, so what we're issuing paper on. We've been able to be very successful and stay well below the 4%, but with rising interest rates, we want to take advantage and issue as much as we need. But we have about 3 more issuances to issue. We have $761 million in debt to issue, which we plan over the next 3 years to issue. So again, I could go back and reevaluate how much we could actually issue based on the tax rate that we adopt. But those are some of the points, the key assumptions that we've made in order to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, trustees? Okay, at this time, we will hear from those who requested to speak concerning the proposed 2023-2024 tax rates. Each speaker has 3 minutes. First to speak is Chris Kittle, followed by Melinda Akowski.
Can you turn the microphone on?
Sorry. I am Dr. Chris Kittle, and I am the education lead for Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom. Many people in this room agree that you should be adopting a no new revenue tax rate. The committee is seeing sky-high prices for everything from gas and groceries to housing, and people are being taxed out of their homes. Any increase could cause tax defaults because people are being financially squeezed everywhere. As you discuss and vote on the tax rates tonight, I want to highlight a basic leadership and management principle. Your priorities can be identified by where you spend your money. There are many places where spending could be reduced, so taxes would not need to be increased, and these cuts should not impact the front lines. So don't make our community suffer with higher taxes to protect pet projects and pet positions. Make the first thing, which is the education of our students. Money should be prioritized to those areas and directly impact children, which are teachers, paraprofessionals, buses, and campus staff. So please adopt a no new revenue rate and require the administration to reduce administrative overhead costs to balance the budget. Thank you.
Melinda Akowski, followed by Kenya Alou.
Thank you, members of the board, for your attention and allowing me to speak tonight. Many of us are here tonight to ask that you adopt the no new revenue rate for property taxes. Most of you, through public statements, have indicated to us that you are committed to adopting a zero-based budget. I remind you that a zero-based budget is not attainable if you keep spending more than you have. You have promised taxpayers that you will be fiscally responsible, and yet you continue to adopt budgets that have extreme deficits. Last year's budget, for example, was presented and approved with a $40.3 million deficit. The budget came with a promise from you that you were still working toward adopting a zero-based budget. It would just take some time. This year's budget seems to be no different. Once again, we are being presented with a deficit budget. This year, the deficit is $53.7 million. You are all educators. I should not have to tell you that a deficit means you are spending more than you have. You have a spending problem, and no amount of money you take from us is going to fix that. You need to be held accountable and cut spending where you can. We do not support any new taxes. You were elected to represent us, and we, your constituents, are telling you enough is enough. Property values have drastically increased, which means even without raising our taxes, you will see an increase in revenue. You just need to spend it more wisely. You could start by cutting unnecessary programs and expenditures. There are many programs and expenditures that I could list that could be cut and would not bring any harm to the students. The first that I would highlight is the $1.2 million that would be used for marketing. The CFO has also allocated and spent money on a demographer to analyze how to get enrollment numbers up. Completely unnecessary. You are not a business. Your one and only job is to educate our children in reading, writing, and arithmetic. If you commit to that one job and stop trying to indoctrinate our children, your enrollment numbers will go up. I remind you that it is my job as a parent to train up my child in the way that he should go. You are not given any additional authority over our children, and any program adopted should be adopted with that in mind. We have not asked you to teach our children in any other areas, and therefore we should not be forced to pay into programs that go against our family values. Health Smart is another example of spending without regard to parents. This was a $2.6 million expenditure that should have never happened. Another example of you overstepping your authority. You are not responsible for teaching my children your idea of sex education. It is 100% my responsibility. That money should never have been allocated for this perverse program. I could go on and on about unnecessary programs and expenditures that should be cut, but I think you all understand the point I'm making. We do not have a money problem, we have a spending problem. I thank you for your time, and on behalf of your constituents, ask that you adopt a no new revenue rate.
Kenya Alou, followed by Richard Jimmick.
Hello, Dr. Rodriguez and trustees. My name is Kenya Alou. I'm the Executive Director of Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom, and I'm here representing taxpayers in Fort Worth ISD. As you know, Tarrant County has adopted a no new revenue rate, and some entities have adopted a below no new revenue rate. They heard the message loud and clear that taxpayers have had enough. Groceries, gas, and living expenses have all gone up, and incomes have not increased to mirror the inflation. People are being taxed out of their homes. Renters are also taking on the burden of taxes when landlords have to raise their rents to cover their expenses. Everybody is affected by this economy. Our taxpayers are not a blank check to government entities or school districts. Just as a household has to budget and cut wasteful spending to live within their means, so should a school district. The narrative will be that you're proposing a rate decrease and should be given a pat on the back for that. The truth is, more money will still come out of the taxpayer's pocket because even though the rate is lower, our home appraisals keep going up, resulting in higher taxes even with a decrease in the tax rate. We will not be blind to these facts. Every meeting we see you approving contracts and spending money, but are all of those programs and salaries necessary? In fact, there are items on the agenda tonight that will be addressed later in public comment that are unnecessary. Enrollment in Fort Worth ISD is down, therefore costs should also be down. If the district were excelling and students were reading on grade level, people would at least feel that they were getting what they paid for. But right now, the sentiment is that their tax dollars are being flushed down the toilet. On behalf of Fort Worth ISD taxpayers, I implore you to adopt a no new revenue rate for Fort Worth ISD and be the heroes I know you're capable of being. Get to work on the budget and cut wasteful spending. Thank you very much.
Richard Jimmick, followed by Annette Presley. Richard Jimmick.
Hello, I'm Richard Jemink. I am a Fort Worth ISD taxpayer. I have a bachelor's and master's in finance, and I've spent a great deal of my career in cost and performance management. Having a chance to hear you talk today was really discouraging because you guys spent a ton of money and you really don't know what you accomplished. That's depressing. People I've talked to just on the street have told me they don't see you as an education alternative. They want to take their children somewhere else. I'm not saying this district's a failure, but it isn't a success. And that's not going to happen unless you make deep, significant changes. I don't know what you need to do. I mean, there's some specific things. I've been involved in recommendations to high schools and universities in terms of educational changes. But if you don't make those changes, this district is in the process of dying. The question is, have you got the courage to do what needs to be done? At this point, you don't need you need to go with a no new revenue tax rate. You can't justify to the taxpayers that you need more money. You haven't earned that respect. So I ask that you would approve a no new revenue tax rate and even consider something lower than that until you can prove you can actually do this job. Thank you.
Annette Presley, followed by Mike C. Annette Presley. Followed by Mike C.
I'm asking that you approve a no new revenue tax rate. I'm a widow, and I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay in my house because the taxes are insane. And as taxpayers, we're already suffering under Biden inflation. We have to make sacrifices just to put food on the table and gas in our car. And so it's time for you to make a sacrifice. We don't need all these ideological programs. They're not beneficial to our children or to the community, and we don't need to be paying for them. So no, we don't need any more taxes. We're burdened enough, and we are not bottomless pits of money.
Mike C., followed by Miriam Lambert.
Good evening. Read my lips. No new taxes. You see these first four people right here? Last time I was here, they were taken on as assistants to the superintendent. Behind these four people are 19 others that assist them. There's 23 people behind in this group here, these first four people, helping her do her job. I say you cut back on this, and this will help part of your problem with your money. Tighten your belt.
Miriam Lambert, followed by Holly Clemens. Good evening. I want to start by saying whether your penny's gold or copper, a penny saved is a penny earned. Years ago, two close friends of mine each purchased a used Mercedes. Both individuals wanted cars with great and reliable reputations that would elevate the standing among their peers. Both of these friends experienced financial disasters as these cars were constantly in the repair shop, unable to fulfill the purpose of arriving at a destination goal. Every time the cars were repaired, there was a short-lived hope as they drove around the block, only to have their cars stop short of the intended destination. I feel like Fort Worth ISD is experiencing something similar. School programs are being sold and purchased with glitzy reputations and marketed as a way to fit in with society's expectations, when in fact these very programs prevent us from arriving at the destination of well-educated students while detouring around reading, writing, and math. We keep trying to fix and repair our broken places, but at some point, the lemons need to be scuttled, and the speed bumps of SEL and DEI that slow us down need to be eradicated. No amount of increased taxes improve our educational level under the current programs. This may shock you, but I would be willing to spend a few pennies in taxes if it meant that our kids were reaching the destination of being highly educated. I might spend a few extra pennies on our taxes if our children could read, apply math skills, and solve problems without whining, being angry, or blaming others for one's lack of achievement. I would be willing to spend a few more taxes if our children were being taught that success and privilege are the result of hard work and self-discipline rather than circumstances or heritage. I lived in McKinney, Texas in the 80s when Plano was considered the home of privilege. Sadly, they had a high teenage suicide rate, a result of parents trying to buy their teenagers' happiness with big houses and fancy possessions. That's what we're doing. We're throwing money at big buildings and fancy technology that isolate our kids from human interactions. It is time to get back to the basics. Holly Plemons, followed by Joe Palmer.
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. Board, I'm asking you to adopt the no new revenue rate. You guys pay over $230,000 a year to Miss Carmen so that she can talk and all those fancy words to confuse the average taxpayer of what's being said so that they don't know what's going on, so that when y'all run for election again, you can say, I lowered the rate. Nobody cares about their rate. They care about the check that they have to write, and for me, I care about the check that I have to write for services that I cannot use. Now, me and my whole family, we've tightened our belts a lot. My husband and my son, they didn't even have air conditioning in their 90s cars. I didn't have air conditioning in my car for quite some time of this summer because I couldn't afford it, because I had to cut back. When are y'all gonna cut back? When are y'all gonna quit wasting money? It's time for you to do it now. Some of you are up for election in 25. Remember, I will be letting everybody know that you voted to raise taxes. Kevin Lynch, you ran on the fact that you would not be raising taxes. Time to pay up. We're ready for it. Also, the Robin Hood. We're a Robin Hood district. Ms. Dar, you always like to say, oh, it's an unfunded mandate, the state, the state, the state. Well, the state did that for equity. It's taking away from people whether they earned it or not and giving it to people whether they earned it or not. That's the Robin Hood, and we're going to give $8.7 million of our dollars to other ISDs. Well, I've been digging into that. In Fort Worth ISD, you guys spend about $13,000. Did you know that the recapture districts are spending $16,000 to $17,000 per child? But you guys spending $13,000. My oldest son in high school playing football, his private school's $11,000 a year. Man, let me tell you. We are so happy there, and my son came to me and said, thank you. I get it. I know why you do this, because every single child should get what I got. And they're not doing anything spectacular. They're just educating kids. They're leaving their politics at the door. They're not putting anything divisive in front of children. And you know what? They have a wait list. I was lucky to get in, line out the door. Ramsey said that she plans to further destroy our district down to 55,000 children. Quit asking us for more money. Start educating kids and people will come back. I guarantee you, I don't want to pay $11,000 a year for private school for one kid. Nobody does. They want to be able to use their home school, but they can't because it's garbage. If you raise taxes, expect to lose your seat. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Joe Palmer.
It's really hot in here. Ecclesiastes. There was a little city and few men within it, and there came a great king against it and besieged it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he, by his wisdom, delivered the city. Yet no man remembered that same poor man. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. The words of wise men are heard in quiet more than the cry of him that ruleth among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war. These people believe that they are being made to pay too much in taxes, too much relative to what they're able to earn, to what their bills are, etc. To what extent should this body consider those voices? How do you interpret the dramatic increase in protests going back a decade? It does appear that the board weighs the input of staff more than that of anyone else. This could be easy to defend if staff were providing data in a neutral way, but unfortunately this is not the case. These presentations are sales pitches, primarily designed to justify department budgets and to justify the tax rate while minimizing or outright hiding of information that does not favor this. And they do this with the full confidence that they will get the majority vote from this board. Now and then we hear real questions from board members, and this replenishes our sense of hope momentarily. However, the strongest reprimand is always, we expect better next time. Remember that your vote on the tax rate is a signal of acceptance of the way the data has been presented to you. Staff wants you to focus on the M&O rate. However, the total rate is going to increase if you adopt their recommendation. According to District Finance Department, the state revenue will compensate the district for any loss in revenue. You can cut the rate and the state kicks in. There's $32 billion that you're going to get some of. How can you support a tax rate that is presented to you this way without proper discussion of the average tariff appraisal increase of 18%, with the omission of appraisal increases in staff's calculation of the tax impact change? This is unforgivable. This is deceptive. I am asking you to adopt the no new revenue rate of $1.06 rather than the rate proposed by staff, which is $1.08. They are not proposing a cut based on their own data. If this finance department received recognition for accuracy and transparency, you should demand that they live up to that. I am shocked by what I heard earlier, $250 million you received from the federal government, and you're not even measuring it. You have no way of knowing what district, what campus is benefiting from that money. If somebody said to me, you know, there's no amount of money that you could throw at this school district and that they would be able to improve anything, I would like to defend you, but I don't think I can. $250 million. And again, like I said, we're going to do better next time. We're going to hold your feet to the fire. They are laughing at you. They are laughing at you. They disrespect you, and they're counting on your vote. Make a motion, make a second for the no new revenue rate.
Thank you for your comments. The public hearing is now closed. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of the restrictions by the Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. Per board policy BED local, to allow everyone the opportunity to speak, no presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who did not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will start. Our first speaker is Chris Kittle.
Good evening. I am Dr. Chris Kittle, and I am the education lead for Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom. Thank you for removing over 100 inappropriate books from school libraries when you were made aware of them. This is a great first step. I am asking the district to create guardrails through a strong local EFB policy. One requirement of HB 900 is that districts create library collection development standards. Therefore, adopting a strong policy now simply helps Fort Worth ISD be in compliance with this new law, which takes effect September 1st. I also noticed on page 21 of the Student Code of Conduct, which you'll be voting on tonight, that within the list of items that students are prohibited from possessing on campus is, and I quote, material that is sexually oriented, pornographic, obscene, or reveals a person's body parts. Yet this content can be found in library books which remain on the shelves. So students can be disciplined for having this content, which illustrates the need for the board to adopt a local EFB policy. And one thing that I've noticed is that several of these books I noticed are listed as in the professional development area. And so one area of concern is that a teacher, I'm assuming the teachers are the ones that can check those out, that a teacher could check them out and be utilizing them as a classroom resource, as I mentioned in the letter that I sent you last week. And so it's having a strong policy to make sure that there are guardrails and guidelines on what's appropriate and what's not appropriate in library resources, and therefore then instructional resources is vital. Thank you.
Cass Will, followed by Rosemary Galviano.
Hi, my name is Cassie. First and foremost, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm also speaking on behalf of my organization, LUCA, which is Latinos Unite for Conservative Action. I'm here this evening as a concerned parent. It has come yet to my attention yet again that our education system has failed the community and students it's promised to protect and serve. Sexually explicit books have no business in the hands of our children. Furthermore, don't align with our family beliefs and values. I want to thank you that you did remove books from the library, and the head of library services got reassigned to another position. Moving forward, how will Fort Worth ISD reassure the community that sexually explicit books don't get into the hands of our children again? We need accountability and strong policies that will hold the people in charge accountable. If you can't deliver, then you should resign and find the right people for the job. While there is no such thing as a perfect system, we as parents must hold our local representatives accountable. Placing our children into local schools is a choice. We choose to trust our children in the hands of our talented educators. No parent should ever have to worry about their children being exposed to explicit materials. On behalf of the majority of parents and educators, we demand all explicit materials be removed from schools immediately. If additional resources or support can be provided by the local community to assist in this effort, please let us know. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you today and your prompt response.
Rosemary Galviano, followed by Lane Craig.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Galdiano. I live in School District 9. I'm a mom and a grandmother. I'm a citizen defending freedom to read. I urge the Fort Worth Independent School District to support all parents and their children in ensuring that no books are banned from school libraries. Book bans harm communities. Students cannot access critical information to help them understand themselves and the world around them. Parents lose the opportunity to engage in teachable moments with their children, and communities lose the opportunity to learn and build mutual understanding. I believe books are tools for understanding complex issues. Young people deserve to see themselves reflected in a library's books. Parents should not be making decisions for other parents' children. Individuals should be trusted to make their own decisions about what to read. Limiting young people's access to books does not protect them from life's complex and challenging issues. Library services, materials, and facilities that fulfill the needs and interests of library users at different stages in their personal development are a necessary part of providing library services and should be determined on an individual basis. Reading materials available in the library are available to students for personal selection. They are not required books. Banning these materials will remove access for all members of the community. Finally, the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution guarantees each person's right to access and read any book, publication, or material they choose. Thank you.
Lane Craig, followed by Christine Bott.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lane Craig, and I'm a parent of 2 children in District 9. I'm just here to say that I'm really proud to support Fort Worth ISD librarians and how happy I am with our school librarians. Librarians go through professional training. Part of their job is to select books that meet the needs of all the students at every level. I really trust them to do their jobs. They're hired for a reason. I'd like the district to fully and vocally support librarians. I'd like to see more outspoken defense of our librarians against the kind of unwarranted attacks they've faced lately. I'm concerned that regardless of the reason, closing district libraries after a well-publicized attack on our libraries and librarians sends the message that the district doesn't prioritize students' access to books and reading, especially books that represent a wide range of perspectives. I'm also here to support our district's LGBTQ+ students who are the targets of current attempts to remove books from our libraries. These students, like all our Fort Worth ISD students, deserve to see themselves and their stories represented at school. I would like to see, again, our leadership push back as forcefully and vocally as possible against widespread removal of books that are vetted by our Fort Worth ISD librarians and against attempts to marginalize, belittle, ridicule our LGBTQ students at school board meetings or at the schools themselves. Thank you.
Christine Boyd, followed by Wanda McKinney.
My name is Christine Boyd, and I live in District 9. I'm not in favor of banning books or of closing our school libraries to remove them. A majority of Americans and Texans support the freedom to read, as promised by the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. The First Amendment protects students' rights to receive and express ideas. The exchange of ideas is essential to the preservation of a free and democratic society. We must all have the freedom to read any book we want, regardless of if it agrees with someone else's beliefs or not. Supporting parental rights includes making sure that those of us who do not agree with banning books still have access to those books for our children. Actions such as closing libraries to remove certain books endangers tolerance and may encourage bullying. Please don't let a few cynical activists use LGBTQ kids as fodder for their political agendas. Thank you.
Per Fort Worth ISD Board Policy BED Local, disruptions of the meeting are not to be tolerated. Please accept this as everyone's first warning. Please be respectful of everyone's point of view. You will have your time or have had your time to address the board uninterrupted. Please give your fellow community member the same courtesy. If there is another disruption from the audience, you will be removed from the meeting. Thank you. Please continue.
Good evening. Sankova is a Ghanaian principle meaning go back and get those who are at risk of being left behind. Our black students have been left behind for decades, underserved, under-resourced, and unseen. Between ESSER 2 and 3 funding, Fort Worth ISD had almost $400 million to address learning loss, yet you failed to equitably utilize those funds to improve outcomes for most black students. They are the only student group that regressed academically. Every 6 months since June 2022, I've analyzed ESSER 3 spending by campus and submitted to certain trustees, including you, Trustee Phillips, you're the Racial Equity Chair, and district leaders, color-coded spreadsheets and comparative analysis for selected campuses indicating that funds appear to be being spent and distributed inequitably, and requested you to review the data. I never received a response until March 2023. Mrs. Molinar answered some queries, but the actual data analysis was never addressed. On May 19th, I requested a meeting, but only received a response from Trustee Bridges. On July 10th, I provided all the spreadsheets and analyses for the last year to Dr. Ramsey and all of the trustees and certain district leaders, requesting them to review the data and schedule a meeting, but never received a response. Silence is consent. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and now the doubt has been dispelled. As of December 2022, an A-rated campus in District 5 with less than 10% African-American students has spent $890,000, whereas an F-rated campus in District 4 with almost 7 times more African-American students has spent only $590,000. Perhaps there's a valid explanation, perhaps. And now you've spent most of the funds, with the remainder due to expire by September 2024. Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without demand, so I'm no longer making a request, but a demand that you spend the remainder of the funds to directly improve student outcomes for black students. I pray that you do what's right.
Aaron James, followed by Paul Davis.
Good evening, Board. I'm here tonight to ask y'all to keep the pornographic books out of the hands of children in our schools. There appears to be a push from the top to sexualize children. It really makes you wonder why someone would want books like that for children to read. Is it an attempt to groom children? You had better believe it is. Recently, we have seen an uptick in districts in and around DFW having problems with books such as Genderqueer and Push finding their way onto the shelves. Let's stay vigilant and make sure those books and books like that don't find their way into the hands of children. I also would like y'all to vote no on agenda item 10, D2D. Having special classes devoted to racial ideology can be problematic, especially if there's no substantial evidence, as I heard you guys mention this evening, that shows student improvement. And I also stand behind Amy Super's grievance hearing. Bussing in students that cannot vote does not make sense.
Paul Davis, followed by Kenya Alou.
My name is Paul Davis. I'm an attorney for Citizens Defending Freedom, here to represent Amy Super, the complainant in the Level 3 hearing at the end of this meeting. Since there are a lot of agenda meetings tonight, I suspect there won't be many people around by the end of this meeting, so I wanted to give a 2-minute summary of what this hearing is about. What happened here is Fort Worth ISD used resources paid for by taxpayers to bus students to polling locations where they were used as props in photo and video ops for political candidates. Even worse, these political candidates were members of only one party. This was a blatant violation of the Texas Education Code, Section 11. 169, which prohibits the use of district resources to electioneer for or against any candidate, measure, or political party. What happened here was Ms. Super served as a deputy early voting clerk. She observed that there were students being bused to her polling locations. On November 2nd, 2022, busloads of students arrived from several high schools. They were immediately greeted by Democrat candidates for office, specifically Crystal Gaydon, Lisa Pamplin, and Mark Clayton. They took photos and videos and posted them to their campaign's political social media. The buses made no attempt to drop the students off inside the 100-foot perimeter where they would not have been electioneered. The ostensible purpose of the trip was to help these students vote, but turns out many of the students were underage and could not vote. It's actually a Class C misdemeanor for a minor to be present in a polling location unless they are accompanied by their parent to vote. And public information requests revealed that this happened with 16 schools in this district. The investigation into this incident was performed by Kelly Hart, that regularly donates to the trustees on this board and receives quite a bit of work. Not surprisingly, they found nothing to see here. They said a nonpartisan group donated the funds. Turns out that nonpartisan group was run by 100% by Democrats. Anyway, the bottom line is that resources were used to indisputably take these students out of classrooms and use them as political props, and this needs to stop, and I encourage you to stick around for the hearing at the end of this meeting. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Rodriguez and trustees. My name is Kenya Alou, Executive Director of Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom. The board agenda was loaded, so I'm going to address a few things. First, the books. You have heard excerpts from you have seen a list of 100 books and heard some excerpts from books that our organization found in the schools in Fort Worth ISD at the last meeting, and you cut off the speakers because the content was so offensive that you as adults did not want to hear it. That speaks volumes and says that these books should not be in schools. Thank you for doing the book audit, and as of yesterday, we did still see some books in the shelves. To those who label us as book banners, let me be clear, we're not for banning books. We are for protecting children. Just as movies have ratings and require an adult to accompany a child to an R-rated movie, we are simply asking the same for books. If parents wish for their children to read books like Push or Grown, they have the right to accompany them to a public library and check the book out for them. Schools are not the place for this content. My second topic I'd like to comment on is the renewal of the contract with my brother's keeper and my sister's keeper. This program is racist and has no place in Fort Worth ISD. As you know, critical race theory is illegal in Texas, and just because it has a different label doesn't mean it's not CRT. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would be devastated to see what is happening in schools today. We went from being judged by the content of our character rather than the color of our skin to making skin color all that matters and all that is focused on. I believe it was pulled from the consent agenda. I could be wrong about that. If it was, thank you. I recommend this contract be ended and replaced with a more inclusive program. The third and final topic I will discuss is the Level 3 grievance hearing that will be happening at the end of the meeting. Amy Super was an election judge and should be given respect for the time and energy she puts into her serving her community and bringing this concern forward. My hope is that you will have the decency to respond to her grievance rather than provide no response as if she doesn't matter, as I've seen you do to others. This is an election integrity issue as well as an education issue, and taxpayers and voters deserve a resolution to the issue that clearly exists.
Marsha West, followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
Good evening. My name is Marsha R. West. I live in District 5. Dr. Rodriguez, it's nice to see you. For 8 years, I sat where you all are sitting, and I get that you are juggling a lot of complex, difficult issues in an unpaid, often unappreciated, and difficult position. So I just want to start by saying thank you for doing the work you're doing, for being willing to serve our kids. However, I do have concerns about the library closures. Number one, if it was necessary to do the inventory, and certainly there are times you need to, couldn't it have been done earlier in August? Having it the first 2 weeks of school sends the message that reading and research and books are not important, and I don't think that's the message you wanted to send. Number two, we live in a democracy, and the board operates using Robert's Rules of Order, and the foundation for both of those is rule by the majority while protecting the rights of the minority. It seems to me that too often we have the minority trying to call the shots to the detriment of our children. Number three, the board has policies and procedures. You have a lot of policies and procedures. If a parent wants to object to a specific book, there are steps to follow. There's a form to fill out and submit online at Fort Worth ISD Instructional Resources EF Exhibit A. And you know what one of the questions on that is? Have you read this book or watched this video? Seems reasonable to ask that. No one parent or 20 parents should get to veto a book for another parent's child. So please follow your own policies and procedures. Open the school libraries and put children first. Thank you.
Scott Blanco Davis, followed by Richard Jimick.
Board Superintendent Ramsey, it's a pleasure to be back. Hadn't seen y'all in a while. First off, I want to say thank you. For 6 years, I've been asking for the safety and growth of our school to be looked at, and I really have an optimistic outlook that we're going to get some of that fixed. Also, as a teacher, at least at my school, it was a fairly easy beginning of the year for a change. It wasn't frustrating. Did have its parts. You know, if you're going to do a student Wi-Fi, we should probably have the passwords for it. That caused us a little bit of an issue for some of our students. But what I really came here today was I want to get you ahead of what I see as a future problem, especially in some of our lower schools. And I'm kind of selfish. I almost don't want to tell you because my school was able to pick up some great teachers because of this. TIA has changed some of the priorities for teachers. In the past, I could put aside the intrinsic value, the monetary for the intrinsic, because my students were going to do great. But some of the teachers that I've talked to, and this worries me because it's going to push some of our best teachers out of where they're needed, said when they sat down with their evaluators at the end of the year, and they handed them their folders and all the Science Saturdays, they heard, you know I can't give you better than proficient because this is an F school. And that broke my heart because they left the places they were going to do the best because on TIA, the difference between proficient and distinguished can be up to $20,000 a year. And they had to put their family first. Now, I'm happy. We picked up an amazing teacher. But what are you going to lose if that mentality stays?
Richard Jimick, followed by Catherine Haygood.
Yes, I'm Richard Jimink. Tonight, I'm speaking in support of Mrs. Super. I'm encouraging the participation of students in the election. It's a noble goal. It's a great thing to do. But it's not the responsibility of the Fort Worth ISD to bus students to an election place. I mean, if they're old enough to vote, they're old enough to drive. That's not your job. The fact that you did what you did, the amount of money that was spent, is a great reflection on your fiscal irresponsibility. Who signed off on that? Do you know? Anybody that signed off on that, they should be dismissed. You guys are begging for cash, saying how horrible it is, how tough things are for you, and you spend money like that. Why should people respect you and the job you're doing when you do that kind of thing? If you want to gain some respect, you need to see that the people involved in that are dismissed. Thank you.
Catherine Haygood, followed by Reed Biltz.
Dear school board members, I would like to thank you for hearing the concerns of grandparents and parents last month. We really do appreciate the removing of these offensive books that have been found in our school libraries. For some of those who felt like we were being racist or whatever, you really need to see what we read because it was very disturbing. The question really is, how did these books get there in the first place? I believe these vendors need to be held accountable for the immoral books that were placed in our libraries. I have been told from someone who worked on grants in Fort Worth ISD that the books are purchased in batches, which means someone intentionally placed these books within the batches, which were then placed into our libraries. I think these people need to be held accountable for their actions. My granddaughter, who is in 8th grade at McLean, is an avid reader. I mean, she goes through every book in the library trying to find books to read. It's imperative that, as a grandparent, I can trust that when she's in school, she's not going to check out something that will take her down an unhealthy path, exposing her to immoral content. As a Fort Worth taxpayer and a grandparent of a student in Fort Worth ISD, I would be happy to be on a committee that reviews books before they're placed in our school libraries. I truly believe rules and procedures must be in place to make sure that this never happens again. Thank you.
Reed Bills, followed by Mike C.
Board members, I respectfully suggest that by authorizing the withdrawal of books from school libraries, you are violating the human and civil rights of children to learn about factual, historical events and vital scientific and social information that further their knowledge and development. You, as board members, are allowing politics to pressure you into making bad decisions that harm the students you are elected to serve. The following is a quote from Fort Worth ISD policy. District students deserve a safe and respectful learning environment in which all students shall receive an education that maximizes their potential for success. The district shall focus on improving its practices in order to ensure equity in education. Removing books that maximize success for all students in the system does not provide a safe and respectful environment for learning. In particular, removing books that speak to the needs of the diverse population of students in Fort Worth ISD does not ensure equity in education. I urge you, as elected civil servants, to review your stated obligation to the students you have sworn to benefit, and to speak up for their needs and interests as you have been charged to do.
Mike C., followed by Amanda Anay.
Some in this room may or may not know this. Satan rules the world. Satan speaks through some of you. It could be some of these board members, it could be some of the audience. God has given us free will to do the right thing. This is a quick review of Flamer. This has to do with homosexuality and Satanism.
Madam Board President, as far as people reading off from the book, we're not going to allow that.
I'm not reading off of the book, I'm reading a review.
If it's vulgar, we're going to stop you.
On page one. On page one, it
Security, will you
says,
please start removing people who are being disruptive?
on page one, it says, okay, ma'am, are you on page one? You're not going to pay attention to what I passed to you?
Mr. C., please continue, sir.
On page 1, okay. Who wants my hot wiener? Oh, yeah, baby.
Mr. C, thank you, sir.
We're talking
Security.
about a hot dog here.
Security.
It's a hot dog. Page 2. Family has a bad day. Dad is angry. These are some unfortunate. Hey, don't touch him. He didn't break the law. This is an attack on family. Page 3. Have a shower.
I'd like to call a recess of the board. We are back in session at 8:18 p.m. Attorney Castillo.
Yes, Madam Board President. To the crowd, we're back in session. So the board will now continue with public comment. However, I've been directed by the board president and per my legal advice that pursuant to board policy BED local, any more disruptions from the crowd will not be tolerated. And if another one occurs, we will cease to have public comment and move on with the board meeting.
Thank you, Attorney Castillo. Now we have Amanda Ine, followed by Bob Willoughby.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, Dr. Rodriguez, and board. My name is Amanda Ine, and I'm an educator, a parent, and a taxpayer here in Fort Worth ISD. I'm here tonight to say thank you. Thank you for equipping me with the curriculum of Amplifying Eureka with materials and technology that I need to ensure the absolute best instruction for my students. Thank you for equipping my students and my own children with the necessities of the high quality of curriculum, technology, and empowering programs such as athletics, JCC, My Brother's Keeper, the arts, and the list goes on. To ensure that they are successful in school and in their future. I'm grateful that we have a superintendent who makes it a priority to be in our classrooms and has the best interest of all students at the center of her decision-making. I'm also grateful that the new associate superintendents and executive directors share the same sentiment. I'm thankful for a district in which my three sons are thriving and excelling. Do I believe we're perfect? No. Do I believe there's room for growth? Yes. But I do wholeheartedly believe with the people in place and the board that we have, we will turn Fort Worth ISD around. I also believe that there needs to be some attention brought to the positivity that is going on in Fort Worth ISD. When educators hear their schools called garbage, when we pour our heart and soul into our kids, it is discouraging because we are in the forefront. We are in the trenches, and we do everything necessary to ensure that our students are loved, accepted, and educated. I pray that we can come together to reconciliation for the betterment of our students.
Time.
Bob Willoughby, followed by Marcia Simmons.
Well, it's been interesting tonight, I'll tell you. My time's always at city council, not here, okay? That's not to get my ulcers. But what I'm here about is that what I understand at their schools, we have an hour from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock for Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, neighborhood association meetings that we can have for free from 4 to 5. Well, I'd like to make that more neighborhood association friendly and move it from to 7 to 8. I just rented the John T. White School for 2 hours. It cost me $105, whatever. But I shouldn't have to be paying that to do a neighborhood association. These are good things they have. And I won't take the argument that it costs more to do that because the janitors are there till midnight. I used to rent schools all the time before the pandemic, trying to get people, because they're located in the neighborhoods. And I wanted to rent them to hold the campaign in so you can find out who you're voting for. You know, I wanted candidates to come to the school and you come down and ask them questions before you put them in office. Even these people could answer questions at a, you know. But nevertheless, I'd like to know, this thing really you parallel with city council a lot though, with overspending budgets and stuff like that. Is it, I hear here, you know, same thing council, but I want to see if you parallel this way too. Will anybody answer when I leave here next week or so? Can we get the neighborhood association an hour from 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock? We don't have a community center in John T. White, but we have a nice school, a building we could use. So can we do that? Well, how hard would it be to change that to 7 to 8, okay? That would be really, you know, more people friendly. And we got a new Drawing Heights neighborhood association that we're putting together now. And that's why we want the school to be able to hold meetings and get more people involved in our local government and stuff like that, okay? So I would appreciate, Movador, to see if I get a response from you, because City Council will answer a word.
Time.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Marcia Simmons, followed by Rhonda Norsworthy.
Dr. Ramsey and respected trustees, my name is Marcia Simmons. The job of our schools is to ensure cognitive development and encourage critical thinking so students can someday make decisions for themselves. The practice of a small group of parents limiting reading choices for all undermines public education and prevents all children from receiving a well-rounded education. I taught public school pre-AP English and community college English for 30 years. I say emphatically that AP classes in universities expect our children to have a well-rounded education and critical thinking skills, which reading teaches. We'd all like to protect our children from anything disturbing and negative. Issues like human trafficking and rape, gun violence and murder, and war, disturbing. But how do we teach kids to deal with disturbing issues if we never expose them to disturbing issues? We must hire good librarians and teachers, train them well, and let them select materials. Allow parents the option to restrict their child from reading materials they deem inappropriate and require teachers to provide a choice to those parents. It is each parent's job to help our children become thinking, healthy, happy adults. I'd remind the board again tonight that removing a particular book from the library due to the complaints of a few is counter to your guiding principle of allowing a, quote, parent's ability to exercise control over reading, listening, or viewing matter extend only to his or her own child. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Rhonda Norsworthy, followed by Carlos Tercios.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Norsworthy. I'm a volunteer for Citizens Defending Freedom. I'm here today to first say thank you for listening and taking action to remove inappropriate books from the school libraries. However, now that those books have been removed, in order to keep them out forever, there needs to be some policies. Unless there are policies created, your efforts for those 2 weeks where over 100 books were found and removed were for nothing. Those same books and others like them would just end up right back in the libraries. You have a responsibility to ensure that our children's libraries remain free from any harmful or inappropriate material. Thank you.
Carlos Tercios, followed by Robert Van.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent and Board. Today I just want to say thank you for actually removing books from school libraries. Although I do urge the board to create a policy that will actually make sure that the inappropriate books are no longer in school libraries altogether, and to making sure that those books never reach the school libraries, elementary or middle schools altogether. We want full transparency. We want to make sure that parents' rights are respected and making sure that our kids actually go and read books that are actually appropriate. Mr. C, who was unfortunately removed from the school board meeting, which was unconstitutional, and he might sue y'all, who knows. But what he was showing is basically showing the content that was in those books, and one of those books called Flamer. And you know, it's egregious that it took controversy, Fox 4, and it took basically, you know, a scandal for y'all to actually take some action. So I encourage y'all to create a policy so that we can avoid, you know, problems in the future, and that way you can have peace in your time. So I encourage y'all to do that. I also urge the board to table or vote no on agenda item 10D2.D, which is about the 2023-2024 My Bird's Keepers contract. As the taxpayers should be given a full report on how $255,000 will be spent in this organization. As My Bird's Keepers actually helped 4 ISD students since 2014, as I can say this, I was chapter president of My Bird's Keepers for 3 years from World Language Institute from 2017 until 2020. Scores have continued to collapse, and reports are coming out that the organization has only fixated itself on political race theory activities rather than true mentorship. How much is Mr. Clark paid, and why is the mentorship teaching materials not accessible to the public? Does My Bird's Keepers follow Senate Bill 3? Keep in mind, Senate Bill 3 removes all race-based ideology in classrooms. Will the board tables and votes no on this item? And lastly, I'm here to support Amy Super's.
Robert Van, followed by Holly Clemens.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez and members of the board. And thank you for the opportunity to talk to you, for all of us to talk to you this evening. It's been quite an evening. There's a cadre of anti-democratic billionaires in this country and in Texas who finance and provide dogma for local groups to create division and acrimony in governing bodies, including in particular school boards. Following the lead established by Republican framer Frank Luntz, these groups often adopt names to curry favorable image with the public. Citizens Defending Freedom is such a group. This is a Christian nationalist organization with an agenda aimed at anything but defending freedom. This is a bigoted group targeting the freedom of LGBTQ plus people to fully participate in the affairs of this community and our schools. This small extremist group does not represent the vast majority of this community. Within this school district, there are traditional Christians, Jews, Muslims, agnostics, humanists, atheists, and others, and their children, including LGBTQ plus folks, who deserve the freedom to learn, explore, read material of their choosing, and, importantly, with which they can identify. Noted filmmaker Richard LaGravenese notes, in 1996, Shakespeare's Twelfth Night was removed from classrooms after a school board passed a Prohibition of Alternative Lifestyle Instruction Act. Apparently, a young female character disguised as a boy was a danger to the youth of that particular community. If some parents do not wish their children to have access to certain reading material, there are ways to limit access while still making those materials available to the rest of the students. You can do this, but do not handicap the vast majority of students because of a small extremist group and their Comstockian excesses. Thank you.
Holly Clemens, followed by John Fornase.
Holly Clemens, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. Here's 2 books. Not going to read them to you, but this one, transgender, this one, heterosexuality. So that's false narrative. And HB 900's coming on the 1st. Doesn't really matter if people want their kids to have these books in Fort Worth ISD. It's illegal. You can't do it. So that's all a bunch of nonsense. But if anybody wants to look at what's in these books and actually see what they are, I've got them right here for you. I can go through the pages. This one, it's almost every page. This one, it's over 50. Other thing I'm going to talk to you about is you guys really made a horrible decision whenever you hired Dr. Ramsey. Have you guys been paying attention to what the teachers and the parents are saying, and then that she's going after teachers that are speaking up? She's calling them and telling them that she's going to call their principal for saying that their kids were sitting in a room of 90 degrees. Did you know that it was all about butts and seats? That the parents weren't told until 10 a.m. that their children didn't have air conditioning? It is miserably hot right now. Every single one of you know that. Are you also aware that last year a deaf child was raped in class? The other student that raped her has already been found guilty, and your administration is playing games with this mother and not wanting to protect her child and taking services away from her, this is under her administration. She's paid over $500,000. She doesn't even have to pay her health insurance. Teachers do. They have to pay a portion of it. She doesn't. Y'all gave her that. What are y'all doing? End the contract with her. I mean, stop this bleed. It's absolutely ridiculous. She doesn't know what she's doing at all, and it is shown. You guys need to start listening to what's actually going on instead of just doing what you want to do based on your vendors.
John Fernandez, followed by Italia Dela Cruz.
So I'm going to be real nice about this because I'm in a good mood. So 10D2, you vote no on it. We don't work for you. You're nothing but public servants. Get that through your damn heads because you are not above us. You work for us. Get the sexuality out of the damn schools. Y'all are perverts and pedophiles if you keep it in. There are new laws coming down from Texas. And others are being pushed through, and I'm part of that. And we're going to make sure that if you accept this or allow them to stay in there, y'all will be in jail for touching children and grooming them. Understand this. Y'all are public servants, and stop with the Rockefeller education system. And all I got to say is Alex Jones was right, and y'all are pathetic.
Italia Dela Cruz, followed by Angel Martinez.
Good evening, Board. My name is Italia De La Cruz, Outreach Director of LUCA. That's Latinos United for Conservative Action. Fort Worth ISD went viral regarding sexually explicit books that were accessible to students, including those in elementary. Books on oral sex, licking body parts, how to orgasm, and many other inappropriate topics. This is unacceptable. It is your job to create a policy that ensures safe, age-appropriate books for our students. There's no such thing as freedom of reading. I would like to ask those of you who spoke against book bans, would you seat your grandchildren on your lap and read to them on how to practice oral sex or how to self-pleasure? Think about that, because that's what you're defending. I'm also here to urge you to vote no on agenda item 10.D2D, regarding my brother's keeper's contract. There has been absolutely no transparency as to how $255,000 will be allocated. I'm also here to show support for Amy Super's grievance hearing. Schools should not be busing students to poll sites, especially if those students are not registered to vote. I was there that day. I saw the buses coming in. I saw certain candidates just out of nowhere there to say, ready to say hi to these students. Can you please explain why this is happening and why you continue to waste our tax dollars? Again, if this agenda item is on tonight's agenda, I urge you to vote no. $255,000 on something that has no data to show that it's proven academically. Why don't you just give our kids intervention and actually teach them how to read? Do something for them. Thank you.
Angel Martinez, followed by Jessica Grandy.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent. I came here to urge the Board to vote no on agenda item 10-D2.D. My brother's keeper. It hasn't helped us out, and we haven't gotten a full audit of the $255,000. Where did that money go? We need to know, and we need a full audit and not some pansy half-done audit. It's BS, and we all know it's BS, and it doesn't do anything to serve us. And I hope the Board does the right thing and vote no on it. Another item, I urge you, keep the books out of the library, like this one. Of course, I'm not going to read from it or do anything like that, but it is one of your books because the barcode says Fort Worth ISD, and it has a barcode and some numbers on it. And protect the youth from this stuff because it doesn't belong there. It's perverted and disgusting, and nobody needs to be seeing this. I don't even like seeing this because I Googled this book before, and then I don't even like looking at the Google images from it. Disgusting. Lastly, I support Amy Super and that children should not be bused into polling locations just for a photo op. That was messed up, and you know it's wrong. We all know it's wrong, and someone should be accounted for. And one last thing, Ramsey should resign. The only Ramsey I follow is Dave Ramsey.
Jessica Grady, followed by Doreen Geiger.
I am a parent of a Fort Worth ISD fifth grader. I believe strongly, as do all educators, that reading is one of the most important things we can encourage our kids to do. My child returned to school this fall to find the campus library closed for the first 2 weeks, as did every other Fort Worth ISD student. I'm asking you to, 1, reopen the school libraries, and 2, adhere to the laws outlined by HB 900, but do not go further and remove books selected by individual parents or local organizations. 1, according to the American Library Association, the amount of free reading done outside of school has consistently been found to relate to growth in vocabulary, reading comprehension, verbal fluency, and general information. And also, students who read independently become better readers, score higher on achievement tests in all subject areas, and have greater content knowledge than those who do not. Using HB 900 as an excuse to close libraries during the school year and preventing kids from accessing information is inexcusably wrong. 2, I encourage Fort Worth ISD to follow its own policies currently in place regarding library book acquisition, namely that books must reflect the interests and needs of students and faculty. Not all books may interest all students, but all students should find something of interest to them and see themselves and others reflected in the materials. Using this law to remove books or materials that include LGBTQIA+ representation is unacceptable. I encourage Fort Worth ISD to follow its own policies currently in place regarding removing books from library shelves. This cannot be done at the simple request of a parent or even a principal. There are established procedures for review and reconsideration that involve committee review and transparency. One parent should not have the ability to make decisions for other parents' children. Thank you for your time.
Doreen Geiger, followed by Joe Palmer.
Thank you. I want all Fort Worth children to excel. I want their reading levels to go up. I want them to become lifetime learners. I want them to be excited about reading. I hope the school libraries will always stay open during the weeks that the children are at school. I wish they had not been closed the first 2 weeks of school. That could have been done the 2 weeks prior to school starting. I hear a lot of people here tonight that are upset about certain books in the schools. I'm not against book banning. I do trust our public school librarians. But I want to tell you, I think their concern is more about books that have to do with topics that they just don't agree with. But as a lifetime social worker that has had to work with students, your children at your schools that are kids having kids. I've worked with children as young as 13 that were having babies. I worked with a 19-year-old that was having her 4th baby, and none of them were twins. All of these were students in Fort Worth ISD. I really feel like in every school library there should be basic human biology books. We have kids that don't even know how they got pregnant. I was at Pascal High School with an Anglo girl from a middle-class income family. She was so pregnant she couldn't fit in a school desk, so the teacher had brought in a tiny table with a straight chair. After the class, she came up to me and said, "I don't know how I got pregnant. I jumped up and down all the time after I had sex." She said, "I didn't think the sperm could swim upwards." Thank you.
Joe Palmer, followed by Gregory Wesley.
So first things first, I believe that you handled that poorly with Mike. I went back and listened to the audio, and you did not specifically articulate to security that he was to be removed. You didn't say his name, and so you got a big problem, but you know, that's within the course and scope of what you normally do around here. I have a real hard time with the fear that is being used as a political tool in this body, in this room. You've got us halfway across the room from you. You got cops all over the place. One's right behind me, ready to gear up and lock and load and violently put hands on somebody who wants to share with you the information that you have put into these libraries. It's been said before, but it's an obvious point that needs to be made. And I'm waiting for the attorney to voluntarily participate in the meeting without anybody asking him to. If you don't want the literature read here in front of everybody publicly, why in the world would you be okay with a child finding it on their own without any guidance from a parent? And you know, the whole thing about a minority standing up and telling you they don't want you to do something, I'm sorry, this is one of those issues that you shouldn't need 50% plus one person of the entire community to tell you something's wrong. It's like the rape issue. You don't need a majority of the people. A minority of parents is sufficient for you to pull these books out of the public library. And the reason this is not a free speech issue is you're making me pay for it. And I have a say in what you put in front of kids because you're using my money. The lights are on in this building because of my tax dollars. And the flights are coming in from Midland, buddy. That's a really good resource, let me tell you. Fort Worth ISD Watchdog, go on Facebook. A citizen journalist who's anonymous, because they don't want retaliation, is reporting many good things. He's gotten the trust from a lot of staff within the school district, and he is lighting up the school board and the administration about the flights coming in from Midland. Got the money, $200,000 for the new athletic director when $150 was what the last guy got paid. Didn't want to promote anybody from within.
Time.
Gregory Wesley, followed by Anjanelle Bonas.
Good evening, school board members. I'm Gregory Wesley. I'm an educator at Eastern Hills High School. I am here because I don't know what's going on at Eastern Hills. What I do know is no one was knocking down the door to take the position of principal when our present administrator got that position. I do know we have a 98% graduation rate. I do know this administrator at Eastern Hills was one of the first to sign off on MBK, My Brother's Keeper, which is a program that helps young men of diverse groups transition from one life stage to another. I do know the present principal that has the longest tenure at Eastern Hills High School in my 15 years there. So if performance was the problem, she would have been gone. My question to you is, what's going on? I know there are three sides to every story. One side, other side, then there's the truth. And me as an educator, I just want to know what's going on. Appreciate your time.
Anjanelle Bonas, followed by Mario Hernandez. Anjanelle Bonas. Okay, Mario Hernandez, followed by Ricky Clark.
All right, good afternoon, board. My name is Mario Hernandez, and first thing first, I want to let everyone know I'm a product of Fort Worth ISD. I was in My Brother's Keeper for 4 years in high school at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, and I have to say, my freshman year, I was looking for opportunities to do things. I went through JROTC for 4 years. I was in the program of choice that taught aviation, and I always wanted something more for myself. So what else was there to offer at the school? I spent 8 hours a day at. I got bored. I wanted more. JROTC wasn't enough. Aviation wasn't enough until my brother's keeper came. So I applied. I just joined. Pizza was offered, so it's better than just whatever the school had to offer for lunch, no offense. But 4 years later, or come graduation, I left. I was never groomed. I was never talked about some silly hysteria of critical race theory. I was never groomed or nothing. What I did after high school was just encouraged to go do what I wanted to do. And what was that? I just got out of the military. I just got out of the active duty Army. I'm currently in the U.S. Army Reserve, waiting to go Air Force in February. And in the time that I'm back, I did come back to my community where I'm from, and I wanted to give back. So I got back in with MBK, almost like I never left. And this is my first time speaking at a board meeting, and I got to say, I've heard some powerful things, especially, not even unfortunate, but I've seen heard some powerful things from a lot of people who don't even like my brother's keeper. But to know that I've been gone for 4 years and come back and I see these absurd books in our schools, I want to let everyone know right now, I have never, ever, 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 ever seen these books in my school district in my time at Fort Worth ISD, from elementary to middle to high school. So I don't know what that's about. Someone's got to fix that, but I know it's got nothing to do with my brother's keeper. Thank you for your time.
Ricky Clark, followed by Dr. Keisha White.
All right. Thank you for having me. Thank you, the board, for being here. I'm used to it. I've been to some of these. Very rarely I come to the board meetings because I know what's going to be happening here. We've been doing MBK for almost 6 years. That's just one of the students. You could have a lot more. And you're asking me, what can we do with MBK? You don't even have to ask me. Ask the kids. Ask them what they want. I'm sitting there listening to 11% of the people, just 11% of the population make a decision on the rest of the population. Just don't add up to me. So I'm not here to go back and badger it back and forth. I think that work speaks for itself. What is MBK? It's a program designed to work with people of color, to help them, right? Transition from one life stage to another. We teach them massive doses about themselves. Yes, we do. Teach about male socialization, female socialization. Yes, we do. We teach them to be leaders. As a matter of fact, great leaders. As a matter of fact, one of the people that came up here and spoke today, Mr. Cersei, was a part of the program. How well is he leading? This program has done great work in its community, and we'll continue to do it. Sending kids to college. Not only did they go to college, they came back to work with the district. They have several of them now that's special ed teachers who went through MBK. Kids in the program now who are asking, you talking about you need substitute teachers. Guess who your substitute teachers? MBK. He's been asked to be a substitute teacher throughout the district. So I'm here to say continue the program, and if you have any problem with what's going on in the program, ask the children. Ask them what they think of it. Ask their parents what they think of it. My phone don't stop ringing, right? I'm talking like this, I'm kind of passionate about it. Nothing other than that. Don't stop ringing. I just left Jarvis Christian University, dropping the kid off. Constantly. For the last, every year we taking them in and bringing them out. Ask me what we do. Those people don't even come, have never came to an MBK meeting, ever come to an MBK meeting. So if you want to know what we do, come and see for yourself. Thank you.
Dr. Keisha White, followed by David Fruge.
Good evening, Madam Superintendent, members of the board. As she said, I'm Dr. Keisha White, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Ms. Katrina Smith, who is the principal of Eastern Hills High School. The question my colleague asked is, what is going on? We found out at the end of the day that there was an abrupt change in leadership. How would I akin that to a traumatic amputation? So I'm speaking on behalf of Ms. Smith from the vantage point of an alumna. I'm an Eastern Hills High School graduate. I'm Eastside Pride all day long, longtime Eastside resident, and I'm now a classroom teacher at Eastern Hills. Since beginning my stint at Eastern Hills, coming home, right, I can attest to Ms. Smith's commitment to students and teachers under her steed. She has fostered an open door policy culture that welcomes innovative ideas, promotes student-centered learning environments, and inclusivity. her ability to navigate the ship that is overwhelmingly understaffed. I know I'm the only senior English teacher at Eastern Hills, 50 kids in a classroom, no air conditioning. That's hard, but still showing up and being committed, and then still trying to get, and having her support has been invaluable. And at times it feels like Eastern Hills High School is invisible to the district, you know, like we're the stepchildren. But her efforts should be lauded. Eastern Hills' theme this year is Game On, which is a decree and a declaration for what, and I know there's an alum, Eastern Hills alum on the board as well, of the dynamic cultural shift that's taking place within our walls. We are builders at Eastern Hills. We are. And to have Ms. Smith at the helm of that is amazing. I have been under some very abusive administrators in Fort Worth ISD. Very abusive, where I had to call UEA and lawyer up. That's not the culture.
Hey, thank you. Dr. Frugier, a couple people here said hi to me. Couldn't remember my name, just remembered my kids. I got an 11-year-old, McLean, and she's in a wheelchair. Got a 9-year-old, she's also in a wheelchair. She's at Lily B. And the elevator has not been working all last week at Lily B. So my kids were texting me pretty much through my wife, but my 11-year-old does have a phone, and she said, "You might be there pretty late, Dad, but you got to say something for my little sister." So I basically want to communicate that we've been in Lily B for 6 years. And when the elevator is not working, which it needs to be, Title II ADA says that the elevator should not just work, but it should be maintained so that it always works. When it doesn't work, relationships break down, okay? My 11-year-old's got some issues with accessibility at her school, but it's not as bad as the elevator not working. My 9-year-old has had to be carried down the stairs by me in the morning, and then the rest of the day by her teacher, who has to wait and ask for other teachers to help her. Has to carry my daughter, and then also has to carry the wheelchair. Conflict is hard, and having to always ask just to get a little help from others, it can start to cause people to see my daughter and maybe go in your classroom so you don't have to go help. Cause the other things my daughter needs to be less likely to get, because it is tough, okay? All right, well, I think that's pretty much it. I might have to come back. I don't know if these are weekly or bi-weekly, or, I don't know if I have to wait 14 days, but because there's some other stuff too. I feel like Fort Worth ISD is doing a really good job. I feel like everybody here advocating is doing a good job using your time. And I think we can, let's just keep improving, going the right direction. Thank you. All right.
Amenchi Asoki, followed by Jessica Morrison.
Asaki.
Asaki.
Sorry, Amenchi Asaki. I get that all the time. I'm here to speak on behalf of Katrina Smith. I'm also a teacher at Eastern Hills High School. And just like some of my colleagues said, we just want to know why. It's kind of, like she described it, it's kind of an amputation, 10 days, not 10 days, but 5 days in the school. On Friday, we're informed she's not there. I know that you guys do a tough job, and you guys will continue to do a tough job, and it's a thankless job. And we're probably not going to get all the answers that we want. So I'll just speak on her character. I've worked with her for 6 years. Eastern Hills, like my colleague said, seems like it's become a dumping ground. We are struggling there, and we're barely, I've been the department chair, math department chair, and I can say that in the 6 years that I've been math department chair, we have not been fully staffed. But yet, with Ms. Smith at the helm, we have actually worked, and our numbers are not much different than other schools with the same demographic. But you guys look at the numbers and y'all don't delve into that. Having 4 vacancies in the math department and then still producing the same numbers as other schools is tough. But we do it, and we worked hard, and I just want to say that she is one that we have administrators, to be honest, we have administrators that don't care about the kids. We really do, and y'all know that. And it's our job to not put them in those positions, but she's not one of those. She actually does care about those kids, and I can test that she loves those kids, and she'll do anything for those kids. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Jessica Morrison.
Hi, I'm a parent to two Fort Worth ISD elementary students, and I'm here to ask that the district act reasonably with respect to its response to House Bill 900. It is reasonable to follow the law, however, it is unreasonable to close libraries during the school year, particularly when the stated reason for doing so is vague and potentially disingenuous. It is unreasonable to pander to a small but very vocal group when implementing district policies for our library collections. The district has indicated that any parent can request that a book or group of books be unavailable to their particular student. Please encourage parents who are unhappy with certain books to rely on this policy for their own children, but recognize that it would be unreasonable and potentially illegal censorship for the district to allow a small group to dictate what other people's children are allowed to read. Providing a child with access to a wide variety of reading materials in which they can see both see themselves and experience the lives of others benefits the child as well as our community. Reading books that feature people or situations with which a child has little direct experience helps foster empathy, tolerance, and connection. When we limit access to books, we deprive children of the opportunity to grapple with the complexity of the real world that they must learn to navigate. Please be reasonable, and I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is 9 p.m. The date is Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076. Okay. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:31 PM with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:18 PM with the quorum present. We're up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Please note items 10.E.2.B, approved purchase of small landscaping equipment and contracted services, and item 10.E.3.B, approved temporary construction easement and sanitary sewer easement at Burton Hill Elementary School for improvements on the main 199 CR parallel interceptor project are being pulled and will not be addressed tonight. Are there any questions or comments concerning agenda items? Trustee Lynch?
Yes, please move 10D, 2D to action agenda.
10D, 2D. Okay. Trustee Dar?
Yes, thank you. Due to my employment with Education Service Center Region 11 and any potential conflict of interest that might be created by that employment, I recuse myself from any discussion or consideration of agenda items 10C1A, 10C1H, 10D2F, and 10E1D.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion accepting consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, and item 10, what was that again? 10D. 10D, 2D was moved to action, and items 10E, 2B, and 10E, 3B have been removed. Okay. Do I have a second? Trustee Wallace, any discussion? Please move to voting. We're missing someone. We're missing. Okay, we have a unanimous vote, 9-4-0 against. Okay, let's move to, do we go to action or do we? Okay. Okay, let's move to action items. items that were removed are 10D, 2D to action. Do I have a motion? Trustee
So
Phil-
moved.
Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Martinez. Any discussion? Trustee Jackson?
This says approve the contract with the service provider to provide mentoring and other support services. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would like to ask the superintendent and staff if it would be appropriate at this time to have quarterly updates given to the board. Would that be okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Trustee Lynch?
Yes, just to be clear, so this is on 10D, 2D?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess want to make a couple comments and ask questions. Kind of looked over things, and one of the things that I think has been stressed a lot by this board is student
Okay,
outcomes.
Trustee Lynch, let's let
Okay.
our staff members come. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, to try to understand, and my understanding this program has been in place for quite a long time. The information that was provided showed some data points that were not trends, weren't focused on student outcomes. I can share, last year I mentored at 2 schools. It was free. I know there's a lot of organizations that are out there, and, to spend this large sum of money, especially as we talk about some of these populations and us not moving the needle. I just want to make sure we're spending money where it needs to be spent to move student outcome goals. I guess my question, can you guys share anything related to student outcome goals?
President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey, my name is Tamika Brown. I'm the Associate Superintendent serving Network 4. I'm actually joined by 2 amazing colleagues, Dr. Sandra Benavides, she's the Executive Director of Guidance and Counseling, and Christina Galanese is the Director of Secondary Engagement for Guidance and Counseling. And to answer your question, Trustee Lynch, this program has been in the district for several years, since 2017-18. And it services all of our high schools. There are programs that are both in high school for male students as well as female students. Anecdotally, there is positive feedback about the program. There are opportunities to improve, and we've had conversations with the partner about ways that we can make it better, because the intent is the right intent, the efforts are there. We do have data that identifies some empirical results in terms of attendance and discipline and academic outcomes and improving GPAs for the students involved. But we will continue to ask questions, looking at it by the quarter, being able to come back and present that data is absolutely a great idea. Thank you for that feedback. Because we also want to be good stewards over the resources in the district, and monitoring, the work that would allow us to come back and share with you and make sure that the work is making a difference for our students, which it is.
I'll ask a question again. What student outcome goals have we measured before, during, and after?
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Like I said, I'm Christina Galanis, Director of Secondary Student Engagement. So the program measures an attendance, behavior, and an achievement goal from their students. In the exhibits that are provided in the board book, they list those out. We do recognize that the data metrics provided don't show trend data, and that is something that we're working on actively with the partner. We do have a monthly meeting set with the founder of the program here in Fort Worth to go through this data. I'm getting access to their data dashboard as well, so that we can partner together to make sure that not only are we setting these goals, but we're meeting monthly to track the progress thereof and provide those reports quarterly to the board.
I would like to make a motion to table this until we have some outcome trend goals.
We have to complete the primary motion, correct?
Yes, so currently there's a motion a motion and a second on the table. If Trustee Lynch would like to propose that as a substitute motion, the board could vote on that. That's probably proper under Robert's Rules of Order. So if that was your intention, Trustee Lynch, to propose that as a substitute motion, the board can consider that substitute motion. If that passes, then it becomes a main motion.
I'm learning, so.
So that's the way we've treated these types of motions in the past, so I would suggest that we do that. So you have a substitute motion by Trustee Lynch. Is there a second to that substitute motion?
I'll second.
So Trustee Ryan seconds, so now our primary motion, we have to vote on the substitute motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please move to voting.
Can we be clear what we're voting for?
You're voting to make your motion the main motion.
So yes is in favor of the motion?
Yes.
To table.
We're missing one. Okay. Okay, so the motion has 3 yes and 6 no, so the substitute motion failed.
So the main motion is still on the table.
So we're back to the main motion, and we have people who want to speak, so we'll go back to the initial motion. And now we have Trustee Michael Ryan.
Okay, ladies, when we had very passionate people speaking tonight, both for and against my brother's keeper, and I understand that, and my problem is with the information that they provided for us and it was sent to us, we showed 273 students, I think, involved in it, full-time that were registered at over $250,000. I mean, we're basically spending $934 per student. What came out later in questioning from administration was there were about 600 and something other students that were not registered that did participate in the program. Okay, and it goes back to when I look at what they presented, the data is terrible. Not in some of the outcomes, but how they presented it. I'm looking at 142 students that showed improved attendance because of the program. That's great, but it didn't show the other 130 something if we're using the 273 figure. If you look at grade improvement, it looked like an incredible fencer was not any cognizant presentation of the data. I would have flunked my stat class had I presented stuff this way. So they've got to do it with a full number of students showing all the good and all the bad and make that come through. And I mean, we asked to have that data later on, and now we're going to do it in quarters. I would expect, if nothing else, that they have accurate data that comes in each time so we know that it's worth it, because I'm not going to spend or approve or ask to vote for $250,000 for something that we're not getting good data on. Okay? That wasn't a question. They just got to fix that. Okay?
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. One of the pieces of data that I want to make sure we're looking at is not just test scores and grades, but in graduation rates. I had the opportunity several years ago to attend the graduation celebration for the students that were in my brother's keeper and my sister's keeper. And it was a very joyful event, because many of the students who told the stories that they the stories of their life, of whatever it was that they had the story to tell. And many of them were from single-parent families. They were very economically disadvantaged. There was a history of substance abuse in the family. I'm just kind of speaking in generalizations. And most of those kids were significantly at risk of not graduating from high school. And yet there they were, graduating from high school, dressed in their suit. They felt good, they felt proud, and kids who, so I feel like that's a really important data point, is kids who are at risk of dropping out of school who end up making it to the finish line, because a student who drops out of high school is far, far more expensive to our community than the investment of $1,000 in a student. It's going to cost our community a whole lot more if they don't graduate from high school. So I would appreciate, I agree that we need more data for this. In fact, I emailed Dr. Ramsey on Sunday specifically asking for more data for this program. But I want to make sure that that is a piece of that data, because ultimately that's the end goal for these kids. And they're not graduating if they're not, unless they're on an IEP or a special graduation plan. There are certainly exceptions, but they're not graduating if they haven't passed the classes and passed the tests. So that is a very telling piece of data that I just want to make sure is included in that report.
Thank you. Trustee Bridges?
I heard a quote, and it sticks to me all the time. Students don't care about how much you know, but they care about how much you care. And I can't say enough of the value of what I've seen, what this program has done. And thank you, Trustee Dar, for what you said, because I couldn't have said it better myself, of the amount of students who, had it not been for MBK, would have walked away. Now, and we look at the numbers, and you say, well, 273, that doesn't even show a tenth of the reflection of what I know that program does for so many students that who come from what I call multi-complex trauma, but they're able to come in a space where they're valued and they see a sense of worth and say, hey, maybe this school thing, I do get some connections of why I'm here and what this is all about. And I'm just going to be honest that we have some schools where that may be, I'm just being real, maybe it's the only male that they may see that they can connect to throughout the day. That's a value outside of the janitor. That's a real value that sometimes that, and don't get me wrong, because I am probably the biggest when it comes to advocating for particularly what our high needs students need to have. There is no question. Now, we can do maybe a little better job is in presenting the data, but the value of what it brings, it's more than just those numbers that we see on the table. There's so many other pieces. I'll say one last piece. I met a young man through that program who lost his mother, who lost his grandmother, who lost his grandfather, and there was another family member. This was the highlight of his life going into that space, because the conversations that they have, he feels a sense of connection. I can't tell you how many times when drama might have kind of stirred up in the school, but there was a space that they can go into where they can get, I call it an USA moment, a sense of value. Can't put a dollar value on that.
Thank you. Trustee Martinez?
I've seen my own nephews and nieces go through the mentorship program with my brother's keepers and my sister's keeper. And so I got to see some of the benefits firsthand. We also heard from a young man tonight here that talked about the program. But what I saw personally through this program was that it gave a mentor and someone that my nephew could confide in during his very challenging times that came in the later part of his high school years. And it probably was one of the main factors in him completing high school. I do agree with Trustee Dar that you know, it would be, I know that when we see the graduation rates and see quarterly data, that we will see improved graduation rates among the target group. So I agree that we'd like to see quarterly reports and more data. But I've seen firsthand also the benefits of this program, and know, just like Trustee Bridges says, that it makes a difference, particularly in this target group.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Trustee Phillips because he hasn't spoken yet. Trustee Jackson, or you didn't want? Okay, Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. You know, I'll begin by saying that My Brother's Keeper needs better data collection. Need to be able to get these metrics in place to be able to show the impact or lack thereof of what the program is doing. That's a statement of fact, and let's make sure that we're held accountable and that occurs. Now that that sentence has come to an end, MBK and MSK saves lives. And that's not a hyperbolic statement. It's telling you the truth. I've witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. A young person, and Trustee Daw, thank you for your words a moment ago, because we've had moments where we've talked to some of those young people. A young person literally said they thought about taking their own life. And it was MBK, or it was MSK. They gave them what they needed in order to move on. Gave them the hope, gave them a mentor, gave them a brother or a sister. The whole model is built around fraternity, sorority, in this high school level of being able to have a place of inclusion for these young people, for them to feel like they belong somewhere. And it works unbelievably so. It works because colleagues around the country, literally, are always talking about how they can get an MBK chapter the way Fort Worth has one. How they can replicate the work that is being done in MBK and MSK. I've literally myself, this is not just word of mouth, I've been there when a young person needed a pair of shoes and didn't know where to go, and it didn't just come out of MBK budget, that an MBK mentor or someone associated with that program stepped up and said, we got you, here's shoes, or clothes, or a uniform, or something to eat. I've been there when young people have literally said, the only reason I came to school today is because we had MBK. I've been there when mothers and grandmothers have called and said, I don't know what to do with my young man, I don't know what to do with this young lady. And they got arms wrapped around them by MBK and MSK, and that young person was able to graduate. This program is literally saving lives. And we're running across this all across the community. I know for sure there are communities that Roxanne and I frequent, is that you have these programs that are making the difference, and they don't have the language or the metrics to be able to showcase how fabulous they're being. They're doing the work. And then what happens is they get left off for grants. They don't get considered for certain things because they didn't have the structures in place that some of the other programs did. There's not touching kids in the proper way. There's not saving lives that kids don't even know that they're a part of. But you go ask an MBK young man or MSK young lady if she's a part of MSK or MBK and see what they tell you. See if they know and hear their story about what they would tell you. MSK even came along because MBK was doing so well, because the boys had so much pride in themselves that the girls said, we need to have one too. And those young ladies advocated for themselves to have a program because they knew they had their pride in themselves as well. And now both programs are flourishing. And with all the divisiveness that we have in our communities when it comes to all these topics and politics and some of everything else we have, the one thing that I know for sure that my community stands tall on and I never get a negative phone call about is MBK and MSK. That's the one pillar. I never have to worry about whether or not they're doing the job well, whether they're serving our community and serving our families. and whether our students feel like it's something they should be a part of. We heard Brother Ricky Clark say earlier today, if you don't believe him, ask the students. I absolutely challenge anyone to go ask the students of MBK and MSK whether or not $900 a student or whatever money we may be paying is worth it. Because I guarantee you'll get a unanimous yes.
Thank you. Trustee Jackson?
Yes, thank you. Earlier tonight, we talked about the initiative selected for AROI analysis, and we talked about external specialized wraparound services. There was a big X here because it's hard to get objective data because wraparound services push beyond. Sometimes it's easy to fix a challenge, and sometimes it's very, very hard. If you look at Hank Levin's data, he defined about 2 decades ago, opportunity youth. Those youth that we have an opportunity to help. That's what MBK and MSK do. And we talk about money, it's $4.67 a day if we look at it over a 10-month period, if my math's correct. We could get Carmen out here, she's good at math on the quick. And I think what we have to look at is, over a lifetime, a student that doesn't graduate costs $250,000. And over a year, it's $13,890. And those are Dr. Levin's data, not mine. What I saw with MBK and MSK are kids that come together citywide. I may go to Arlington Heights, I may go to Eastern Hills, I may go to Dunbar, but we all have a similar challenge. Somebody at my school may not be able to help me, but somebody else at another school may. So I agree with everyone that has said we need more data. We need it. And this will be the last time I vote for this program if we don't get the data. I also think that it should be a quarterly analysis with a payment per quarter or per half year, and that may be how y'all do it. Just to get the data, it doesn't mean that it always has to have positive trajectory, but I do think we have to get serious on this data, because how many more kids can we help if we get the metrics right? So were you all already planning to collect the data on a quarterly? Or does that even work with a 10-month schedule?
We're actually going to be collecting data on a monthly basis, and we'll be able to provide it quarterly.
So should we be asking for it monthly?
We can present it to you how you need it. I think quarterly would give us time to show better trend data.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for the second opportunity, Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, is there any more discussion? If not, we'll go back to our primary motion. Oh. Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, I'd just like to make one comment. We have $80 million in ESSER funds that is going to run out at the end of this year. We've had 3 years of that, and outcomes haven't improved. And so I love the passion. I love that there's people pouring into kids that care, and there's thousands of those that do it. I just challenge each of you to have that same passion when we look at where we're spending our money, because we have to make a difference.
Okay, we'll please move to voting. Motion carries 7-2. The personnel item will not be addressed tonight. Let's continue with action items. 11C1A, discussion and action to approve proposed termination of, do we have that? Okay, sorry, that was removed. Okay, we're moving all the 11Cs. And now we're moving on to 11C1E, discussion and action to approve designation of the general counsel position as the local government records management officer. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? No, please move to voting. We're missing one. Okay. Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Now we're on to 11C1F, discussion and action to approve designation of non-business days for the purpose of the Texas Public Information Act for the 2023 calendar year. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes unanimously, 9-0. Item 11C2A, discussion and action to approve agreement for the purchase of attendance credit, option 3 agreement, and delegate contractual authority to the superintendent. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar.
So move.
Trustee Phillips, second. Okay, the motion is, I move that the board approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit, option 3 agreement, and delegate contractual authority to the superintendent, and that the following language be reflected in the board minutes. For the 2023-24 school year, we delegated contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code, TEC 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, Subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This included approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit netting Chapter 48 funding. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes unanimously, 9-0. Move on to 11C2B, discussion and action to approve resolution fixing and levying school district ad valorem taxes. Do I have a motion?
Yes, President Rodriguez, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.0824, which is effectively a 1.52% increase in the tax rate.
Do I have a second?
Can we ask clarifying questions before we?
After the second.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Martinez,
Sounds
okay.
good.
Okay. Discussion, Trustee Jackson? None. Okay, Trustee Lynch?
Carmen, I appreciate you answering questions. My question is related to if you lower the INS rate, does that affect the bond rating in any way, potentially?
No, it does not. I would not think so.
All right, thank you.
As far as the bond rating, I think if you didn't adopt a tax rate, I think that was the question from superintendent that she was asking. So in my opinion, I would say no to your question.
Trustee Ryan?
With the, in the INS at 29.2, it's going to raise the tax rate to 1.08 as opposed to where we'd be at no new revenue at 1.06 something. So in that setup, if we go to no new revenue and it has to go down to 106, so it'd cut the I guess the INS rate by 1.6 cents, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What does it do to the defeasance that we approved 2 months ago to save the taxpayers over the course of the bonds $18 million.
So with regards to the cash defeasance, it would not impact that because that was coming from the fund balance or the reserves. So we're going to buy down debt and save about $13 million from that defeasance. So it would not impact that. What it would mean is that I would restructure the issuance that we are planning for $300 million in January of '24, and restructure the payments so that I would not have a payment in February of '24. I would just push out that amount, which is about $8.9 million. So I would push it out over the remaining 25-year debt.
Okay, so as you push it out then, you're paying, what, interest on that money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Potentially.
gonna-
Yes, sir.
It would raise the amount of interest we have to pay if you've got to push it out.
Right, that is correct. So, but there is some room in the debt model to be able to do that. But again, the plan was to keep the tax rate at 29.2 and build the model based on that issue, the $1.2 billion over really 5 issuances, 4 issuances. But that's what that means. If I don't structure that, it's about $8.9 million. I just would not structure a payment in February of '24 to absorb that, which would then push that amount of money, that principal, to a future point, which would cause additional interest to be paid.
Okay.
But it would reduce the tax rate to by 1.62.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Please move to voting. Oh, did you have something else, Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, I had a comment, and I just wanted to remind, our property values in Tarrant County and specifically here in Fort Worth ISD have gone up more than expected. And so potentially there's an opportunity to lower this INS rate and do right by a lot of the families that live here and send their kids to school here, as well as the taxpayers. And I guess I'll ask a question. If I wanted to make a motion to lower the rate, could I do that?
Yes, you can make a substitute motion, again, kind of like the same process that we just did a couple items back. So you can make a substitute motion to adopt the no new revenue tax rate of $1.06, whatever, what's that number?
I would like to make a motion to lower the INS rate by 2 points.
2 points?
Yes.
Not the $1.62, so under the no new revenue tax rate?
Correct.
So Madam Board President, you have a substitute motion to lower the INS tax rate by 2 cents.
Is there a second? Trustee Ryan seconded. Now we'll vote on the substitute motion of was there any discussion on that?
I have a question.
Okay, Trustee Dar, my screen still says voting.
Mine too.
Can we clear the screen, please?
If we lower the INS rate by 2 cents, does that mean that if we ever wanted to raise it again, we would have to go back to the voters in order to get that approved?
So on the INS side, you're not required to go back to the voters. The only cap that you have is 50 cents. So that's the only restriction that you have on the INS side. So statutorily, you're allowed to raise it to the amount necessary that is required to pay for the debt service in any given year.
So we're functioning with a deficit budget already. How will this affect the budget that we've already approved and passed?
So on the INS side, we're not operating in a deficit position.
Okay.
So it does not affect the M&O side. So it will only be if the debt service was in a negative position and you had to fund it with general fund dollars, which this is not the case. So
Okay.
our INS is healthy. It's got has a surplus, and we we've developed the model based on the amount of tax revenue that we raise, which is, like I said, has been the direction of the board. And just for those 2 cents on the INS side, it would be $10.8 million. That, again, I would just build that into the structure. I could also look at issuing less debt or, aligning the structure to incorporate that amount, whether it's stretching it out a little bit more. I would just have to work around that. But it could be done.
But we would be paying more interest on the principal.
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Trustee Lynch?
Is it also true that you could potentially be earning more interest, correct?
So when you earn interest on the, you don't earn interest on the INS side or the debt service fund. That interest is earned through the capital program. So those monies, those proceeds go into the CIP program. So you're earning the money on the CIP. Those dollars cannot, or generally are not transferred over to the debt service side for payment.
Okay, but to be clear, the money that is used to earn interest is coming from the INS rate, correct?
No, the money that is earned into the INS fund is earned by any monies that is in the INS fund. So there is some interest that's earned, but it's not derived from the bonds that we issue. Those bonds are funding the capital program, and that interest stays in the capital program.
Correct, but it's interest earned from money that's coming from the bond, which is where the INS rate comes from.
But
It's separate.
It's separate.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
It's separate.
Any more discussion? Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. So the substitute motion is before us now is to lower the INS side by 2 cents. Am I correct about that? That's what's happening? Okay. So with that, what I'm hearing right now in this current discussion is that that's not a problem. Like that actually, like nothing really happens. So is that the case?
So we can accommodate, yes, we can accommodate it by changing the structure slightly to accommodate a 2 cent reduction in the tax rate. Yes.
Okay. And then
And I'm also going to qualify that for potential for next year and the following. If we may potentially have to increase the tax rate, which we can, to accommodate the debt payments that we've already obligated ourselves to. So I'm just cautioning you that in the future, we may have to increase the rate. The promise that we've given to the voters is that we would not increase it more than 29.2, and that is the work that I do. I structure the debt so it doesn't go over the 29.2, and that would be the work that I would be doing to ensure that it doesn't go over the 29.2.
Okay. So lowering it now with the potential to have to raise it later.
Potentially, if, I think Trustee Lynch asked the question, the model that's developed has an assessed valuation of growth of 5 to 6%. If the assessed valuation does not grow at that pace, then I have to increase the rate or do something from the 27.2, if we were to adopt a 27.2 today. It can be done. I'm just advising you all of the risk and the pressures that we would put on the debt model. It's not to say it can't be done. I'm just advising you of the risks.
And those risks being the potential for having to raise at a different point down the road.
Yes, sir.
Potentially.
Potentially. Again, we've had 2 years of significant growth in AV, in assessed valuation. So, I do approach it from a conservative standpoint, so I have built in some conservatism in the debt model in order to limit the risk of having to do that.
Okay. And so lowering this now to the 27, what does that do for the taxpayer?
So for the taxpayer, a 2 cent reduction, I think I put that in the slide. So for the taxpayer, for 2 pennies, it would be about $20 a month for a home that's a home value of $200,000 with a $100,000 exemption. It's about $20 a year. Okay? If it's $300,000 a home with a $100,000 valuation, it's $40 a year.
And we're saying that's with the 29 or with the 27?
That's the 27.
Okay.
So the slide that I had put up there, and maybe we could get that up again, shows a calculation of a penny reduction in the district's tax rate. So we would double whatever was on that slide, we would double it because it's 2 pennies. And I apologize, I don't have the clicker
No,
here.
you're okay. Okay. And
What
so,
page are you on?
Oh, I don't have a page.
Oh, sure.
Here it comes. Do you have the clicker? So here's the impact to the taxpayers in that calculation of a penny reduction. So it's 2 pennies, so it would be, if it's a $200,000 home, a $100,000 valuation, it'd be $20, and a $300,000 home with a $100,000 homestead would be $40.
okay. And so, and thank you for that. So with, trying to get those details in my brain, right, about what all this looks like. Because I'll tell you where I do agree is that people are hurting.
Mm-hmm.
Property taxes have skyrocketed. If there's something that we can do as a school district to be able to help people to where they're not having to pay exorbitant taxes and we have some levy of control over that, I'm absolutely all for that. I also don't want to be naive and have to pay the piper later on or do something that's going to adversely affect our schools, our systems, and our children and our budgets, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's where a lot of this the questions I have are coming from, because I would love to look like a hero and be able to go back to my community tomorrow and say, look, I lowered your taxes, y'all, look at that, we did it, right? And that will be a beautiful thing, and particularly anybody who's a politician, unfortunately all of us are, that's on all of our campaign posters. We lowered taxes, right? If we get able to pull that off. But I guess I'm trying to figure out if there are unintended consequences behind that. And of course, nothing is perfect. But I can tell you that I absolutely would definitely want to lean way more towards helping taxpayers out, people paying into this school district, families in this school district. If there's a way to be able to help that, I'm behind it and want to do it. I don't want to naively do so and rue the day I did it later on. So can you help reconcile some of that for me?
Sure. From my standpoint, the direction that I've been given is to keep the tax rate at 29.2. And that's the objective that, that's the direction that I've received. And so I've built a model that designs around that tax rate. I've also I've made some major assumptions in that tax model, i.e. the assessed valuation and the growth, which changes.
Sure.
The structure may change. We had an opportunity to lower the cost of borrowing by doing a cash defeasance, so I'm looking for those opportunities. I also make an assumption of how much money we're going to retain in the fund balance, and then also the rate at which we issue. So we also monitor the rates. So we build in a 4.5% interest rate that we're going to borrow on. So anytime one of those major key assumption fluctuates, then we have an opportunity to evaluate what that would do to the overall model. So comfortably, I feel that we could do the 2 cents at this time, given that we have enough money in the reserves, even with the cash defeasance. I know that I would have to restructure it and push the debt out a little bit. And it's really, it's $10 million. So whatever the cost to borrow, that additional 10 million, is really what I feel that we're looking at. That would be the value that we may be giving up. But again, if we do better on the rate, then that will favorably impact the model.
Okay.
Okay, I do feel comfortable that it would not impact our credit rating.
Okay.
Feel very comfortable with that it would not, given our growth in AV and our tax collection position.
Okay.
Okay.
And all of this would be impact on the INS side we're talking about.
Only impact, I would not recommend that we do anything on the M&O side.
Well, and so then, Dr. Ramsey, Superintendent, not asking you to be CFO, we have a fully competent one, right? But as you hear this, in the direction this is going, do you still feel the functionality aspect? Because again, you're making this engine go, and so we're talking about the money that's making the engine go in some senses, right?
Sure.
So thoughts from you as this conversation is trending?
I have full confidence in our CFO. And so she feels like this is something that can be accommodated. My vote is for what she feels comfortable with.
The vote that you don't get, but I got you. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any?
Excuse me, we are having a discussion here and we cannot hear our own discussion, so if you can refrain from speaking loudly and whisper, or you can exit and have a discussion outside of the dais or out of the audience. Thank you. Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. I like the idea of that 2 cents, so will be the 27.2. How much money do we have in the reserves?
Great question. So after the defeasance, I'm projecting probably anywhere between $50 to $55 million.
Can we use some of that money? That way we don't push that payment for one more
Yes.
month?
Yes, we can. We can use some of that. What we try to do is maintain 20% of a reserve
next
in there. And again, that is something that is looked at from a credit ratings perspective, so we have to kind of make sure we balance that as well. But yes, to answer your question, we can.
So we have enough money to do the 20% that we need to, and still make that payment, that way we don't have to push that payment one more month.
Yes, that was something that I was thinking about that we could also utilize. I think I mentioned that earlier as well, that we can utilize fund balance as well.
Great, thank
Okay?
you.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Candelaria,
Yes.
so the proposed INS rate you gave us, you feel is in the best interest of the district from your knowledge, correct?
I feel comfortable that we could accommodate a 2-cent reduction on the INS side.
No, what you initially, the rate you had initially set, the
29.2?
Yes, whatever you had initially put on here as the INS.
Yes,
And that's the rate you felt was in the best interest of the district at the time when you did this report?
So the 29.2 is the rate that I developed the model on based on the direction from the board and the promise to the voters to not go over that cap. So that was the original rate that I had built the model on. Obviously, if we have a higher rate, we can issue more debt, or we can pay off more debt. But if it is the wish of the board to lower it 2 cents, then my advice is that we could accommodate it with some slight modifications on the structure. But the original rate is, I think I've said that, that direction that's been given to me since day one, since I started, is we could not go above the 29.2. And so we have a lot of debt to issue, and that was a huge challenge. You have $1.2 billion to issue, and I cannot raise the tax rate beyond that 29.2. That's a huge challenge. And you can only do it when you have rising assessed valuations. You cannot do it if your AV is stagnant because you don't have the capacity, or you're paying off debt. But this is new debt. You had a bond in 2017, $750 million that we issued the last tranche in 2021. Okay, now I issued $150 million in August, and then another $300 million in February of this year, 23. And so we're continuing to spend money. So I have to fund the bond program, but I have to issue debt in order to be able to do that. So I cannot issue the debt all at the same time. We can't afford that kind of capacity and stay at 29.2 cents. But if we lower the tax rate, I can structure the next tranche to accommodate it. But I'm not guaranteeing that I won't be able to have to look at those recovering those 2 pennies at some point down the road.
And somewhere down the road, instead of, you may have to recover the 2 pennies, but you may also need 2 additional pennies. So in the future, we may have to raise it significantly more than we would have done today if we went with your initial INS.
I am confident that I would never have to issue it more than 29.2. I mean, I'm confident that I would not have to issue, I'd have to raise it beyond that rate.
Okay, because in my profession, I just give recommendations and the individuals can do what they feel. So my recommendation is usually very conservative and to benefit that individual. So my question is, the initial rate of your INS is what you felt with the direction you were given would be in the best interest of the district fiscally.
Yes, that's my charge, my
Okay.
obligations to the district, to the entity, to make sure that we are fiscally sound, and again, building a program to that level.
Okay, and I am not a accountant or anything with financial. I do my own, and just like I wouldn't ask, I mean, there's a lot of Google doctors, so if they want to come in and tell me what they feel is best, I'm not going to argue with them, but you are our CFO, and I'm just support your initial recommendation, because I know you have studied it and you have been working long hours to put the district in the best position for our future. So I would just go with your initial INS rating, but we have a substitute motion on the board, and I'm going to move to voting because, I'm sorry, Trustee Lynch, you had several opportunities, so I'm going to go ahead and move to voting on the secondary motion. We're voting on the substitute motion to decrease by 2 cents,
The INS rate.
the INS rate.
Well, we're just voting to make that the primary motion. We're not voting for.
Yes, you're voting to make it the primary motion.
Correct. And then we would have to vote again.
Okay, the motion carries 8-1, that is the primary motion.
So just for the record, Madam Board President, and if you could clarify, the total tax rate that's on the table is?
So I would ask that the motion, that it would be that I move that the property tax rate be adopted at an M&O rate of 0.7904 and an INS rate of 0.2720 for a total tax rate of 1.0624. You don't require the other language now because it's not an increase.
Okay, so
And you
now
don't
we
need
need,
60%. And you also do not need 60%.
okay, so what is the new motion, or who wants to make the new motion?
Trustee Lynch, do you move on her recommended motion?
Yes, I move on that motion.
Is there a second? Trustee Luébanos, move to voting. Motion carries 8-1.
Okay.
Thank you. Now we're on to item 11.C.3.A, discussion and action to approve resolution declaring a good cause exception for House Bill 3, armed security officer requirement. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Now we're on to item 11D1, discussion and action to approve endorsement of, oh, that was pulled, sorry.
No, it wasn't, I'm sorry. 11D1? 11D1, I'm sorry.
Was it pulled?
No.
No? Okay. All right. We're on to item 11D1, discussion and action to approve endorsement of candidate for Texas Association of School Boards Board of Directors, Region 11, Position C. Do I have a motion? Trustee Martinez.
My motion is to nominate Daryl Davis as the, for endorsement of candidate for Texas Association of School Boards, Region 11, Position C.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 8-4 with one abstention. Okay, next item is 11E1A, discussion and action to approve resolution to convene the School Health Advisory Council for the purpose of reviewing and making recommendations on human sexuality curriculum materials. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Now we're on to 11E1B, discussion and action to approve college access partnership to increase college persistence, workforce development, and parent and family engagement. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Let's move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is 11E2A, discussion and action to approve 2023-2024 Code of Conduct. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Trustee Lynch?
I wanted to ask a question.
We're going to invite Dr. Brown up.
Dr. Brown, I appreciate you taking this question. Being new to the board, I just wanted to clarify what fundamental changes were made to the code of conduct this coming year versus the prior.
President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey, Tamika Brown, Associate Superintendent. I'm joined by Mark Serja, Program Administrator, and we can answer your question at this time.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the question. The most impactful change came with HB 114, which now requires a placement in a DAP for students in possession of an e-cig. And that was passed in Austin in July. So that's the most impactful item of the Student Code of Conduct. There were some small edits that were made throughout the document, and that's it.
Can you elaborate on what that means?
So with HB 114, in past years, with just the e-cig, students were not required to be assigned to an alternative education program. Now this year, with just the e-cig, without a substance, they are required to spend a period of time at the DAEP.
And that's state law?
That's state law, yes, sir.
How about marijuana?
So marijuana has not changed, other than now a charge for marijuana and also THC at last year's level was a JJAAP potential offense, but now it's a discretionary for JJAAP, so those students won't be mandatory placed at the Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program.
So just to be clear right now, someone with e-cigs is being punished harsher than marijuana in our code of conduct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Ryan, Trustee Ryan?
Okay, a couple of questions that go with this. In this, did it address the dress code at all? Or is that still just a board policy?
The Student Code of Conduct did not address the dress code for this school year. We are taking information about making adjustments to the dress code, and we'll bring that information back at the next board meeting.
Okay. Second question I've got on the vaping, where it says they've got to go to DAEP. We're not, our alternative education program, we're not doing that. I mean, I sat there and one of the first things that happened, the very first day that I was subbing in Aledo, they did a presentation on the Promethean board that said anybody that's vaping is going to go to DAEP for 15 days because they took it very seriously. So what we've presented, though, doesn't necessarily lead to 15 days in DAEP, right?
That's accurate. If they have just the device itself without any substance, we are not looking at a 15-day placement at the DAEP. If the student is a repeat offender or has more than one device, we are looking at a 15-day DAEP assignment and or a 20-day DAEP assignment. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Trustee Dart, my screen messed up.
Yes, so with this new law, HB 114, this is a pretty big deal.
Yes.
And what are we doing to educate our students about this new law? I know that it has not taken effect yet. It takes effect on September 1st of this year. But I suspect there may be a few kids that don't get that memo. So what are we doing as a district to make sure that they know what the law is and the consequences of breaking, this is literally breaking the law to bring an e-cig, any products that go along with it, to have it on in your possession, to give it to somebody, to sell it to somebody, any of those things is literally breaking the law. So what are we doing to make sure that the students understand the seriousness of this law and the consequences related to it?
Yes, ma'am. So a letter was sent out to families, Fort Worth ISD families, explaining HB 114 and the penalties that are connected to one of those violations.
So I'm glad the families have been informed. I'm going to guesstimate that 25% might have read the letter. What are we doing to educate the students? Because it's the students that are going to be reprimanded. And I guess my next question that I actually just thought of in this moment, is there a consequence for an adult? We're going to go to open house next week. Is there a consequence for an adult to have an e-cig or any kind of vaping product on campus as well? And I may have thrown you for a curveball, though. I know that your focus is on kids, but it could become a situation. It may be something we need to look into so we have the answer to that.
Of course. Yeah, so we certainly don't want students vaping anywhere, and especially on school grounds. We don't want adults vaping on school grounds either. But the penalty for adults, I'm not sure.
Okay, but so what are we doing? I'm sorry, I threw two questions in there at the same time. What are we doing to educate the students that this is now illegal, and we're giving you this information to try to protect you, because we know that the best place for kids to be is in the classroom, not in district AEP. And so how are we educating the kids?
Thank you for that question, Trustee Dar. I will share with you that our principals have been actively informing students about this new law and the consequences that come along with it. We have been made aware that last year we had over 1,600 incidences that were documented. We have 150 seats at Metro. And so it would actually, it would not be possible for us to, if we were in the last school year, to service all of the students that were documented at Metro. So our principals understand the urgency to educate. The team, Dr. Benavides, Mark, and his team, they're also looking at modules in one of our platforms that will educate students for the one-day offense. And the purpose in doing so is to really elevate prevention, and so our students understand that, hey, you know, this is not a good decision, and here is a way to, you know, make better decisions. So it's an awareness that we're really trying to make sure our students have, but our principals have been great partners in helping us to get this message out at all levels. You would be surprised at, you know, how far this goes. It's not just a high school issue. So it's very important that we continue to partner with our campuses in making sure our students understand the significance of this in terms of their health, but also the consequences if they engage at school.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add to that, TEA also will be sending school districts a drug awareness program that a student will need to complete and pass within 30 days of a drug-related incident.
Trustee Luebanos?
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. You mentioned the e-cig, how much time are the students going to be for having e-cig? So 20 days?
For just the e-cig with no substance, first offense, it's a one-day assignment to DAEP.
So who decides on that one? I guess the principal, the counselors?
So to be in compliance with the new bill that was passed, HB 114, and then also to be in compliance with TEA, there still has to be due process that takes place. So the school will present the incident to student discipline and placement. Student discipline and placement will collect all of the information, and based on that information, they will make a decision whether to return the campus without a one-day DAEP, or in this case, it's going to be a one-day assignment, a one-day DAEP assignment. The student discipline and placement will follow through so they are in compliance with that HB 114.
And what do you think, how much time will that take between the due process between both sides? So if a student gets with e-sick today, will he be suspended tomorrow, or will he be suspended next week?
An out-of-school suspension will not be required for this. Schools can they do have the discretion of suspending a student for the device. However, it's not going to be required. They can maybe assign the student for one-day ISS or 2 days in-school suspension, and then have the COC conference scheduled within that time frame. The goal is to keep the students in school so we don't interrupt their attendance.
You mentioned 1,600 incidents last year.
Reported, yes, sir.
Reported. And we only have 150 seats at Metro. What are we going to do? I mean, my goal is to have these numbers too, nothing. But the reality is like those numbers will be probably close to the 1,600. What are we going to do? We don't have any more space at Metro.
So that's why we reached out to other districts. We reached out to TEA. We also reached out to the law firm that supports our student code of conduct called Walsh & Gallegos. So we collected information to see how everyone was going to adjust to HB 114. And that is why this is going to be the first year where we actually have a DAEP on the home campus. So a lot of those vape offenses will be served on campus. So they're not going to be assigned to Metro.
And are we really going to enforce the law? Because, you know, we have policies on student code of conduct, and sometimes you just pretend to look the other way around. I mean, last year, so many incidents of the students doing vaping in the restroom, where the restroom is no longer a restroom, it's a vaping lounge. And do we have any kind of detectors to detect the vaping? I don't know if a small detector is big enough, has the quality to detect vaping.
Trustee Loebanos, I'm going to take that one. Our safety and security team, we actually met on that, and we are going to be looking into putting vaping detectors around the campus, in the bathrooms, and other areas. Each campus, of course, is different where we have congregation that we've seen this, so we'll be able to work with principals, identify those areas. So we are looking at options, how we can do that. Of course, we want to utilize our grant money effectively, but then also how can we put those detectors in place that we can support with the hardware and wiring. So we're trying to find more mobile detectors. In addition to that, I think it is awareness piece that Trustee Dar was leading us to with campaign, a social media campaign that impacts our students. Our students don't really read letters, but they do watch TikToks and they're on Instagram. So we need to make them aware of this change and the punishments that will occur. And then having devices in the schools that detect the vaping, we feel will also decrease the use of the e-cigs, or the, not familiar with it, thank goodness, vaping cartridges, I believe, whatever they're called. So we do have multiple prong approach to how we'll be addressing this new bill.
Thank you. And by when can we expect to see some campaigning around this issue on letting the students know?
The communications team will be working with the associates and Mr. Serja to start designing that campaign. And then also we want to bring the kids in too and getting some feedback. Our student advisories will be starting with Dr. Ramsey and getting that feedback, like how do they think the message should be go out? I mean, we're adults, they make fun of us. Facebook, they feel is the old people social media platform, so they always laugh at us when we say Facebook. So we want to ask them, like, how can we reach you, and how can we do it so the kids in school are engaged and are listening to us? So that will be one of our topics with our student advisory.
Thank you. One more question around, when there's fights on school, what is the due process to when students are fighting on a high school? Do they get suspended 1 day, 1 week?
So schools have the discretion to determine a consequence, that every incident is going to be a little bit different. Sometimes a fight creates a large disruption if it's in a crowded area, maybe like a cafeteria. Maybe it is the student's second fight or third fight, so the consequences could be a little bit higher. Maybe that student is suspended for three days, or both students are suspended for 3 consecutive days instead of maybe just 1. So there's a range, and it depends on the incident, and each incident is investigated separately.
So each campus has the discretion of assigning their own
Yes,
1 day, 2 days?
Yes, sir. They take factors into consideration. Was somebody injured?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Bridges, did you have something?
Actually, my question was answered by Ms. Molinar while she was talking. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll move to voting. Motion passes 8-1. Next item is discussion and action to approve authorization to enter into a contract for job order contracting services for the Arlington Heights High School Betterment Renovations Project in conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Luébanos, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Let's move to voting. Oh, motion passes 9-0. Okay. Now, prior to addressing the item 11G, we're going to move to comments by board members and the superintendent. Are there any comments from the trustees or Dr. Ramsey? Trustee Lynch?
Carmen, I just want to thank you and your team. I know I put you through a lot of questioning, trying to make sense of school finance, so thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
I just want to congratulate Dr. Raul Pena on his placement at Hutto High, or ISD, going to be the newest hippo. And I've got to say that you made an absolute incredible difference in HR, then talent management, and all the different parts that went with it. It's been night and day from what it was when I started back here long time ago. So I appreciate everything you've done to make that department excellent.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I just would like to commend the teachers and the staff and the central office on a good start to school. There were a few hiccups, but there always are, because we're a large district with lots of people and lots of different moving variables. And if you told me everything went perfectly, I would tell you to wake up and start paying attention. But I also want to tell the teachers, I see you. I see you out there purchasing school supplies for kids. I see you spending hours and hours and hours getting your rooms ready and creating lesson plans and working through curriculums and working in the PLCs, thank you, and the professional learning communities. I've lost my acronym, which is very atypical for educators who love their acronyms. I also see the principals and the campus staff who are also spending hours and hours on campus doing the work for kids, and our central administrators who are putting in far, far more than 40-hour weeks in order to make sure that schools have what they need and that kids are being served, because we're here for those kids. So thank you very much to the staff, the campus, the on-campus, off-campus staff at Fort Worth ISD for a good start to school. I know I have one very happy kid at home.
Trustee Martinez?
I want to ditto my thanks and appreciation for all of the Fort Worth ISD staff and all of the different departments that got our kids ready to return to school. But I also want to take a moment to thank all of the community leaders, business owners, and organizations that also helped our kids prepare for back to school, from their back to school events to the number of barbers who gave free haircuts, the number of entities that gave out school supplies and backpacks, the City of Fort Worth community centers that collaborated with school and community leaders to get those resources to our students. And I want to give a very special shout out to the 5 PTAs that came together for Back to School Bash at Fire Station Community Center. That collaboration, to see that collaboration between 5 PTAs coming together so that way entire communities of kids are served. This is exactly what we need. These are the partnerships, these are the collaborations that we need, not just for back to school. Let's continue that throughout the school year. So again, thank you to those community leaders, organizations, business owners that really came together for our kids. And I just want to encourage more of that and say, let's continue that throughout the school year.
Trustee Bridges?
Ditto to everything that Trustee Martinez said, but to add to that, I want to give a shout out to Briscoe Elementary. They came in first place for the summer. Did I mention this? Did I know there was a summer reading contest? Oh, okay. Just checking. Just made sure. They were so excited. So major shout out, and we'll be coming for that trophy as the year starts. So we're starting to create a little space now. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank y'all. Now let's move to action item 11G, the level 3 complaint hearing of AV Super. Those overseeing this process, please come forward at this time.
Good evening. Are you, Ms. Super and team, are you guys ready? All right, well, welcome. The purpose of the are we on the record already? We're good to go on our end? All right. The purpose of this portion of the meeting is to hear the level 3 complaint of Ms. Amy Super. This hearing is being conducted during a duly called meeting of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees convened on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. This hearing is being held pursuant to the district's complaint policies. My understanding is that the grievant has requested that this be an open session, correct? All righty. Okay, so A notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. I am Benjamin Castillo, the hearing officer for the pending grievance. For the record, a quorum is present. The following board members are present: Trustee Wallace Bridges, Trustee Andar, Trustee Toby Jackson, Trustee Anael Luebanos, Trustee Lynch, Trustee Roxanne Martinez, Trustee Quentin Phillips, Board President Dr. Camille Rodriguez, and Trustee Dr. Michael Ryan. We are meeting to consider the Level 3 complaint of Miss Amy Super. Would you and your representative here with you please state your names for the record? There it
Paul
is.
Davis, okay. Paul Davis for the complainant, Amy Super.
Will the individual responding on behalf of the administration please state your name?
Linda Jackson, Office of General Counsel, along with Dr. Cherie Washington.
Thank you. I will now ask each member of this board whether he or she is able to serve as an impartial member of this body and to arrive at a decision based solely upon the record in this matter and information presented at this meeting, and not on any other information he or she may have heard prior to this meeting. Any member not able to serve should say now and ask to be excused. For the record,
Can you define this meeting,
this board meeting.
this hearing portion of the board meeting, or the entire board meeting?
It's up to you. The determination as to whether a trustee doesn't feel that they can sit in on this grievance is an individual determination. I know that Mr. Davis did talk during public comment, which is not an ordinary thing to do. And so if a trustee does feel that that could impact his or her decision-making, that is an individual determination.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for the record, no trustees stepped out. A recording of this hearing must be made. Please avoid talking when others are speaking so that the recording will reflect the proceedings accurately. This hearing will be conducted in open session as follows. The complainant and the administration will each have a total of 10 minutes to make their presentations to the board. This is not a formal legal proceeding, so no strict rules of evidence or procedure will apply. Also, there is no cross-examination. The board is not required to consider documentation or claims not previously submitted or issues not previously raised. There will be an opportunity for the board members to ask questions. However, board members are not subject to questioning by the complainant, administration, or legal counsel, nor are they required to ask questions. As complainant, Ms. Super and her attorney, Paul Davis, will present first. I will keep time for the presentations and will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker? Okay, thank you. Any time remaining of your 10 minutes after your initial presentation can be used by you for rebuttal after the administration's response. The administration's presentation will follow the complainant's initial presentation. Ms. Jackson, I will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker?
I would request a 4-minute marker, please. And that means when 4 minutes are remaining.
Yes, ma'am. Any time remaining of your 10 minutes after your initial response can be used by you for rebuttal after the complainant's rebuttal. Following the presentations, the board will meet in closed session to receive legal advice from me, their board counsel, and any decision that may be made will be done in open session. Does anyone have any questions or initial procedural matters that need to be discussed? You have any questions, Mr. Davis?
My client wants to know if the board located the videos. She was concerned because the table of contents for the exhibit said the videos were attempted to be, sorry, you were trying to locate them.
Were they included in the board packet?
The board packet was sent electronically, and it did include links to the 2 videos, as well as the recordings from level hearing 1 and level 2 hearings.
Okay, we got them.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Davis, on behalf of Ms. Super, you may proceed with your presentation, and the complainant's 10 minutes will begin now.
Thank you. Absent a signed confession from the perpetrators here, I'm not sure you could have a stronger case of illegal electioneering, political advertising, and unlawful use of public funds from a school district The Texas Education Code, Section 11.169, provides a school district may not use state or local funds or other resources of the district to electioneer for or against any candidate, measure, or political party. The Texas Election Code 255.003 prohibits the use of public funds for political advertising, and the Texas Constitution, Article 3, Section 52A, prohibits the use of grants of public money to any individual without a clear public benefit in return. What happened here is that Fort Worth ISD resources were indisputably used to support Democrat candidates for office and only Democrat candidates for office, and Fort Worth students were used as political props for photo and video ops with Democrat candidates. Here are the facts. Complainant Amy Super has been a member of this community for 26 years and has 2 children who graduated from Fort Worth ISD schools. This is the very first grievance she has ever filed. During the November 2022 election, Ms. Super served as a deputy early voting poll clerk at the Griffin Sub Courthouse polling location. She received notice through word of mouth that Dunbar High would be busing students to her polling location. Strangely, upon inquiry, no one from the district had contacted the Tarrant County Election Administration or the polling location regarding the so-called field trip. There was no mention of the field trip on the district's website or the school's website, which I think is unusual for a field trip. On November 2nd, 2022, busloads of students arrived at Griffin Sub Courthouse, and not just from Dunbar, but also from Polytechnic, YMLA, and Eastern Hills. Upon arrival, Democrat candidates for office, specifically Crystal Gaden, Lisa Pamplin, and Mark Clayton, all running for judgeships, and their staffers seemed to know exactly where the students were set to arrive and immediately engaged with the students and took photos and videos of themselves with the students for their campaign social media and gave the students campaign push cards. And this is depicted in exhibits 4.8 through 4.10. The buses made no attempt to drop the students off inside the 100-foot perimeter where electioneering of all forms is disallowed, though this would have been possible given the layout of the polling locations, and that is depicted in Exhibit 4.4. It also turns out many of the students bused to this polling location were under 18 and not eligible to vote. At least one chaperone from each school except YMLA admitted to Ms. Super that they were aware not all of the students had been brought, were not eligible to vote. An affidavit from an election worker at another polling location, Carolyn Holt, states that 2 O.D. Wyatt's teachers brought 100 students to vote, but the first 2 students that attempted to vote were under 18 and ineligible, and the teacher complained that he had 100 more kids who thought they could vote, but they were all underage, and then they left shortly thereafter. This is significant because the Texas Election Code, Section 61.001, makes it a Class C misdemeanor for a minor to be present in a polling location unless they are accompanying their parent to vote. Public information requests revealed that Fort Worth ISD buses were also used to transport students from the following high schools to polling locations: Carter Riverside, Arlington Heights, Diamond Hill, Jarvis, Dunbar, Eastern Hills, Polytechnic, Pascal, Trimble Tech, Southwest, Western Hills, O.D. Wyatt, YWLA, YMLA, TC Collegiate, and IM Terrell. The executive summary of the so-called investigation claims that, quote, rather than use its own funds, Fort Worth ISD allowed a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization to spend its own funds to transport Fort Worth ISD students to the polling sites. The district attached a payment receipt of $873 paid for from March to the polls. That's the organization, which is broken down into 12 payments of $67.22 per student. Now, to me, this is an incredible, but not necessarily a surprising statement, considering that the author of the investigation report, this is a Jeff Whitfield, donates money to several school board trustees, and so does the law firm Kelly Hart, and it turns out they get a lot of business. We all know how this works. They're going to conclude that there's nothing to see here, but it turns out we investigated the March to the Polls, this organization that Kelly Hart referred to as nonpartisan. Every single person on their board was clearly a Democrat, according to their social media, and a staunch one at that. And surprise, surprise, this is referred to as a unbiased, nonpartisan group. So here you have a nonprofit organization exclusively run by Democrats paying Fort Worth ISD to use their own buses, bus drivers, and teacher chaperones to bus students to polling locations. The buses parked outside the 100-foot perimeter where they immediately met by the Democrat candidates. And many of these students were not old enough to vote, so the district puts these students in a position where their first trip to the polls ever was a criminal offense. But Kelly Hart says, oh, it's fine because a Democrat nonprofit paid the school district some money. But that's not what the law says. It says a school district may not use state or local funds or other resources of the district to electioneer for or against a candidate. So a school bus is a district resource, so is a bus driver, so is a teacher. So yes, this still violates TEC 11.169 regardless of whether the so-called nonpartisan organization paid some money to the district, which probably didn't even cover all of the expenses. We don't know that. We don't have all that documentation. Regardless, school resources were used. The executive summary also says there was no evidence that Fort Worth ISD coordinated activities with Democrat candidates and campaigns. Well, I mean, is coordinating activities the legal standard? It is not. The standard is using district resources to electioneer for a candidate or political party. I mean, do any of you really think that if a lawyer just calls, interviews a Fort Worth staffer involved in this operation, they're just going to say, oh, sure, yeah, I called the Democrat candidates and told them where and when to be? I mean, let's not be ridiculous. That's not going to happen. Presumably that person wants to keep their job and also not be accused of the crime of electioneering, which it turns out those are pretty strong motivators. So on the whole, there's no direct evidence because there's no confession. But, how many crimes are prosecuted based on confessions? Very few. Here you have a Democrat-run nonprofit using district resources to bus students to polling locations, and it resulted in these students being used as props in only Democrat candidates. So let me ask you this. Why didn't the Fort Worth ISD teachers, the chaperones, stop the Democrat candidates from using the kids as props in the campaigns? Why didn't the teachers stop the Democrat candidates from passing out Democrat push cards to the kids? Did the law firm of Kelly Hart think to ask those questions? No, of course they didn't, because asking those kind of questions might cast the district in a bad light and hurt the little business arrangement that they have. So please do not insult our intelligence and the intelligence of the taxpayers by pretending there's nothing to see here. This was blatant electioneering where the district used public resources to electioneer for Democrat candidates. The chaperones absolutely could have stopped this, but they didn't because they wanted it to happen. Even if that wasn't the case, why weren't they trained not to allow this to happen? I mean, what are they going to say? Oh, we didn't know? Well, that's poor training on behalf of the district. This needs to stop. It's your job as trustees to oversee the school district, to keep it and its employees from violating the law.
2 minutes.
As remedies, we seek that busing students to the polls needs to stop. There's no need for it. It takes away from valuable time in the classroom. It provides little to no educational value. If you really believe students need to see a polling location, maybe work with Tarrant County Election Administration to make a video tour of the polling place. I'll leave my time to my client. Okay, we'll reserve for rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. You have 1 minute and 37 seconds left to go. Ms. Jackson, you may proceed.
Good evening, trustees, to our chairman who's presiding tonight, and to all of you. Thank you for your time. I know the hour is late. Let's just jump right to the chase of what the most of this case involves. There were some procedural issues that were raised in the grievance that I need to address, but I'll do that secondarily to be able to address the substantive issues first. Let's start with the basics. Educating our students now is so much more than reading, writing, and arithmetic. There's technology. It's an inescapable reality in the lives of our students. But equally important is the ability to educate our children on what it means to be a responsible citizen. So much so that the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills Act requires that students be taught what it means to be a good citizen at grade appropriate levels. In the high school environment, that means information on voting, including the voter registration process and criteria for voting. So what does that look like at Fort Worth ISD? First of all, there is a clear lesson plan. A voting process lesson plan was created for students in government classes to reinforce what students learned in social studies. The lesson description includes lecture, hands-on activity, group work, and research to teach students civic responsibility, how the voting process works, and the benefits of participating as an informed voter. Government is a one-semester course that is coupled with economics to make the full year. So that means students who take government in the fall take economics in the spring, and vice versa. When Ms. Super alleges that some students didn't know what to do at the polling location or what documentation to bring, it could have been that those students, although they were 18 years old and eligible to vote, had not yet completed their lesson plan described above because they were not going to be exposed to that curriculum until the spring. 2, every campus has a principal who is designated as the deputy registrar for that campus. At the beginning of each year, the principal is provided a list of students on their campus who are either 18 at the time or who will be turning 18 before the next election. Principals are provided written communications that include links to the designated websites to obtain special voter registration cards for students to complete. The deputy registrar then is responsible for returning those cards to the State Elections Commission. It is plausible that a student slated to turn 18 in November may not have been 18 at the time of registration, but completed a card in hopes of being eligible for the next election. 3, principals are encouraged to complete at least one voter education experience each semester. It can be an event on National Voter Registration Day, it can be specialized training by a third-party group, or an educational field trip, such as this exercise was. Any activity that would reinforce the learnings from the curriculum. And 4, we don't do this in isolation. For the past several years, the district has partnered with March to the Polls, a nonpartisan voter empowerment organization that was established, according to their mission statement, to increase voter representation amongst historically underrepresented groups like young people. The goal is not just to increase voter turnout, but to help create a more civically engaged generation. So how did we get here? March to the Polls, in support of its mission, and knowing that district funds could not be used to transport or otherwise cover expenses for students going to the polls, offered to sponsor the cost of a field trip for any high school campus that wanted to participate. The offer was brought before district leaders, and the consensus among the leadership team was that allowing students to put what they had learned in classroom into action would be a good experiential learning opportunity, and it would allow them to also exercise their civic duties. This was not a one-person decision. Students who wanted to participate were told what credentials or identification would be necessary to vote, and a permission slip was provided. The district spent no funds to market or publicize the field trip. There was no media campaign or a big hurrah about the field trip. There was no coordination even with the Tarrant County Elections Commission or any political candidate or party. So then how did some people know about the field trip when others did not? Ms. Super would have you to believe that you've got to connect the dots because it must mean that staff colluded with this political party or with candidates to share information. She says that's the only logical explanation. I disagree. I posit that it is not the only logical conclusion. Students talk, parents talk, the sponsor could have published information to their members regarding their efforts to engage students in the community. We will never know how some candidates knew and some did not. What we do know is that there is no evidence that proves a district employee notified any political party or any candidate with details about the outing. So now let's turn to some of the other concerns that were addressed in the grievance. There was a big issue made about the misuse of district funds. In your board book, I would caution you, I would suggest that you turn to page 57 and 58, which is the Texas Attorney General's opinion and interpretation of how the statute is supposed to be applied. Specifically, it states, the legislature and the State Board of Education have expressly directed school districts to promote voter education among students of a school district.
4 minutes.
However, thank you. Absent an educational purpose in providing students transportation to the polling locations, a court would likely conclude that the transportation service serves no public public purpose. There was an educational purpose associated with this field trip. It was designed to reinforce what students had learned in class. There was no violation of the Texas Election Code. No district employee engaged in electioneering. By her own presentation at the Level 1 hearing, Ms. Super acknowledges that where the students encountered candidates was outside of the 100-foot marker. When field trips are planned, the district's routing system plans the most efficient route for the buses to take. Once at the location, if there's not a designated parking spot for buses, the driver must use his or her discretion to disembark students in the safest location. There was no concerted effort to have bus drivers release students in a way that deliberately put them in the path of candidates or candidate supporters. The district educated students on how to vote. There was no electioneering that took place. There was no evidence of partisan coercion or intimidation of the students. No one student or parent notified the district of any such tactics with their student. In fact, the students posed for selfies or took pictures with signs indicating they had a level of comfort with what they were doing. They were not being coerced into doing this. Let's go to the remedies that they're being asking for. Ms. Super asked that the record clearly reflect her edited issues and remedies. That was done. You have both the electronic, the verbal audio from the hearing, and you have her written statement, so you have a complete record. She asked for disclosure of all records associated. All open records requests have been fulfilled, including an opinion by the Attorney General that we were not required to release the full report, but we're okay with releasing a partial one. She asked that we cease field trips to vote until the matter is resolved. There have been no other field trips to voting poll locations. She asked for an investigation, which we conducted. She asked for any information on action taken against an employee who violated the law. There was no violation of law, and if there were a personnel action taken, that would be considered confidential. They asked for the name of the sponsor. The name of the sponsor was provided, along with the total encumbered cost of what it cost the district to, what it cost the organization to pay for the transportation that was provided, including the hourly rate of the bus operators. Finally, since all permissible remedies have been provided and there has been no personal harm to the complainant, the administration requests that the board affirm the decision of the Level 2 hearing official. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. You have 1 minute and 5 seconds left for rebuttal. Mr. Davis, you have 1 minute and 37 seconds left to present your rebuttal.
I'm going to speak instead. Is that all right with you?
Not a problem.
Great. Wish I had a little bit more than 1.5 minutes. I'd like to say that I believe that you guys spend more time, not you guys, but the district spends more time planning an after-school field trip to a restaurant than you did in planning this. I've never seen anything like this, and I hope to never see it again. Fort Worth ISD suppressed the votes of students. First-time voters, great experience. This was awful. If you could have seen their faces when they were told that their registrars at their schools failed to turn their stuff in on time, so they couldn't vote, or they failed to look them over and make sure they were complete, so they couldn't vote. And then you would tell me what kind of educational experience occurs by standing outside on the sidewalk and never entering a poll site. You rode a bus, got off, stood outside, got on the bus, went back and got your free pizza. Awesome. Where's the education there? Explain that one to me. This was horrible. What they did was horrible. And this investigation, which I sure hope you guys got to see the whole investigation. It cost us $12,000, by the way. This is insulting. This man is saying that I did not see what I didn't see. Severely insulting. If you ever go to a poll site, you'll understand. If you've ever worked in a poll site, you would understand. You do not bring a busload of children and drop them off and not coordinate with the elections administrator. We have a new one. I suggest you coordinate with them next time if you expect your kids to have a better voting experience. That's it. I yield.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson, you have 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go.
For the record, there's been no violation of law. That was an independent investigation to look specifically into that matter so that we could appropriately decide if there had been wrongdoing by the district, what should occur. There was no evidence that there had been any wrongdoing. Could things have been better coordinated? Hindsight is 20/20. Absolutely, we could do things differently next time. But to posit before this board that there was a violation of law by our administrators, or that our administrators or teachers engaged in electioneering, is simply an untrue statement. Any contact that the students had with the voter, with the election, those who were electioneering, was outside of the 100-foot marker where it is permissible. Students had the option to participate, take the card, or not take the card. There was nothing going on there that would have been illegal or against the law. We ask that, again, you uphold the position of the Level 2 hearing official and allow the district to work conjointly with the Tarrant County Elections Commission for any future field trips.
Thank you. At this time, does the board have any questions of any of the parties? Trustee Lynch?
I just trying to understand, what was a reasonable amount of money to cover the expense of the buses versus what was paid?
We have a standard rate that we pay when others use our buses, and it includes an hourly rate for the bus operator. It includes any associated costs that might be attributed to maintenance, insurance, any of that. It includes a flat rate per mile and the number of hours that the bus will be out. So with that amount in mind, that's how we got to $873 that was actually paid for by the third party.
And again, I'm learning, is that per bus or just total?
That's the total.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions by trustees? All right. At this time, the board will convene into closed session to get legal advice from me under 551.071. Following the closed session, the board will come back into open session and take any appropriate action, if any.
I have a question. Isn't the exception for closed session only for attorney advice if there's a contemplated litigation?
No.
I'm pretty sure that is what it says.
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We are now convened in open session to deliberate, consider, and take action on Ms. Super's Level 3 complaint. The time is 12:38 a.m. Do I have a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move that the superintendent or her designee coordinate any future plans to transport students to polls to vote as part of an educational civics lesson with the Tarrant County Elections Department.
Second.
Any discussion? None. Please move to voting. Motion passes unanimously, 9-0. We have heard comments from the board and superintendent. The time is 12:39 a.m. and this meeting is adjourned.